DK is Shane from TacoYaki Anime.
Yo!
And welcome back to Monthly Ketchup. Oh, the picture's wrong.
It's
Uh,
always something.
uh,
I both loathe and hate that it's always something.
oh my god.
Oh, that's just too hilarious.
Do I want to delete them? Yes. And paste. Alright. There we go. Oh, wait. Oh, ooh. With the refresh. Alright, yes, it is episode 106. Our initial thoughts on the fall season of 2025. So,
Indeed.
uh, we have a number of shows we're going to be talking about today.
Oh boy.
and, yeah. Let's see. The first one on our list. Uh, wait.
Uh-oh. It's never good when you start out with that.
It's going to the wrong folder.
Uh-oh.
It's
Yo.
doing it again.
Uh-oh.
Why
I
does
didn't
it?
do it, I swear.
Why you do this?
I didn't do it, I swear.
oh my god! For some reason, instead of it going to the network folder like I want it to, it always jumps to like its own cached folder,
Mm-hmm.
and it just downloads everything to that folder. So when we do a new show, it's like, oh, I got them all right here, and I'm like, no, I just changed them 2 hours ago. So
But I got him right here.
yeah, there we go. It's too small to read.
Uh-oh.
Any chart. Alright, up. And fall. And alphabetical order. Alright. The first show we're going to be talking about is Pass the Monster Meat, milady.
um, I love this one.
Yes!
I deeply love this one a lot.
Oh my
Um,
god.
I think the synopsis for this did not do it justice in regards to how, like, the initial impact of it. I thought one thing, and then by like episode 2 or 3, I'm like, oh, we're it's not just surface level. We're going deeper in this regards, are we? Okay, I get it. I see the vision. I see where this is going. Okay, cool. Um,
Interesting. I've only seen episode one.
okay, so I will only, as far as in future, what intrigues me. So in episode 1, you really get the idea that she just has a unique taste,
Mm-hmm.
that she just enjoys monster meat.
Mm-hmm.
What we learn going forward is there's a reason why she has a taste for monster meat. And
Okay.
there's a reason why she is so adamant about this, and it's not for any selfish reasons either. It is purely noble in regards to how her thought process is in
Okay.
regards to dealing with her family and things that have happened in her little fiefdom that her father runs. So
Okay.
it is great in that regards.
Okay.
Um, But the characters,
Yeah.
you know what? Okay, everyone out there, take notes. If you want to do a romance anime, a romance anything, honestly, these should be the type of characters you strive for. These should be like personally they have things wrong that well that these they see in themselves, they see wrong things within themselves. And they understand that it is even though they accept this about themselves, they understand that other people don't. And so, therefore, they are cautious, they are themselves wounded, and therefore, they have the potential in them to grow as individuals through the course of the viewing of what we have going for them. So, you've already set the stage for really good character development. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, these characters have such room in them to grow, but they're not like against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like their issues are of their own selves, and therefore they don't. They're not trying to force the other one to do something. They're not trying to make the other person, see them in a different way. They already see each other. Like from when they look at each other, they see each other in the best way possible.
Yeah.
It's just them themselves personally who have problems that they're trying to work through.
Yes.
But beyond that, it's freaking amazing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, this is by far one of the shows this season when it comes on that I'm most excited for, and I did not see that coming. Like, it did not even like I thought it would be a funny show. I thought it would be, potentially interesting, but it is literally one of those that I'm just like every day it's coming on, I'm like, I want to watch it. I get excited for it. I'm like, this is awesome. I love the dynamic. I love the relationship. I love, and even the world itself in which they handle magic, in which they handle just the monstrous world around them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, there is no new ideas. There was only old ideas told in different ways. And this is the epitome of this because they looked at it and said, what is the difference between a monster and an animal? Well, one has magic, one doesn't. One's a magical creature. Okay, so if that's the case, wouldn't you be able to eat them? And we've seen other animes where they eat monsters. I mean, like what? There's Delicious in Dungeon. There's Campfire Cooking. It's off at this
Yes.
season. Like there are other animes out there that are like, yeah, they're just creatures. So why shouldn't we eat them? But this is the first one that I have seen that goes. I'll tell you why. Because of the magic that they hold is essentially almost poisonous to people if they try to consume it.
Yes.
And I'm like, ah, that's interesting. Okay, what do we do about that? And then that's when everything else starts to unfold. And I'm like, okay, I'm on board. How is this panning out? How are we doing? What's happening? What's going to happen? And like, I'm intrigued. I want to know more. I want to see more. Like, but the relationship they have, like I've seen, God, at this point I've seen so many animes and other things that are just like, and the years and years of my life that I'm just like, I get to a point where you look at some of these and you're just like, oh God, can we just move on? I just want to see everything else. I want to this relationship stuff. No, it's either awkward or it's annoying or it's just feels out of place. This is one of the few that I can watch and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
This is one of those two that I look at and just like, I want nothing but the best, the happiness for the two of you. Like, you two are so much like meant to be together that it is insane, and I would be unhappy if you two did not. Like, this needs to happen.
Yeah. it's interesting that recently, like some really great romances have been popping up. Um, that's like one genre that we really don't like talk about a lot on the podcast.
I mean, it's just. I mean, okay, so like, if we were to categorize, I think the two of us, like, I'm the fantasy guy, and you're like usually the sports and slice of life for the most part, I would
Yeah,
say.
yeah. A lot of
So
my categories fit under there.
it's not to say that romance doesn't hit either one of our radar, but it's like we don't usually go out of our way to go and watch something that like deals heavily into that.
Yeah,
So
yeah. And it's interesting that like a bunch of them keep popping up on our radars recently. So,
yeah.
um, yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it. Um, yeah. So for this one, I like the dude.
Oh, he's awesome.
His voice threw me off for the first 5 minutes he was talking.
Hmm.
Like I was like, where am I placing this voice? Because it sounds unusual,
Hmm.
and then I within 5 minutes or so I got used to it,
Hmm.
and it didn't stand out as much. But it is interesting. He also like lightened up immediately when talking to her because
Oh yeah,
it's like
you definitely see the love at first sight with it when it came to the two of them.
yeah, and yeah, like when he killed the monster in the first episode, like beheaded that thing, everybody was like scared of him as they usually are, and and he was just like, this monster, like he's just like took care of business and he's about to go about his day, and then and then he comes across her and like think like it just everything just throws him for a loop and throws her for a loop, and I'm just like, this is adorable.
Well, she's just starstruck by him, just like, oh my god, that was amazing, and everyone else is just like, that was horrific. Oh my god.
Yeah. Um. So yeah, I'm. It did seem like there was more to like the story
Hmm.
from episode one. So I'm glad that they kind of like dive deeper into
Yep.
it later on. So yeah, I'm excited to see more of this
Oh
because
yeah. And let me tell you, the pacing is just fine.
okay.
I don't have an issue. Like this, God, I have a hard time finding a fault in this one. In all honesty,
Hmm.
like everything they do, everything they say, even the little side things that they do, I'm like I'm on board for. Like it may not be a necessary like key element to the main plot or whatever, but I'm still on
Hmm.
board for sure. And I think that's just because the characters themselves are done so well. I'm just like, show me more interactions with them. I'm all for it. I don't care what they're doing. Cooking, sure. Let's go for it. You know.
Yeah. Cool. Cool.
So
Cool. Yeah. Past the Monster Meet Milady is a very good show. Y'all should check it out. Alright. The next show is one that we didn't cover during upcoming, so we'll go ahead and get that one knocked out.
sure.
But it is a wild last boss appeared.
This one is interesting. One part is because I wanted to read a synopsis for this and
Mm-hmm.
realized I cannot find it on any chart.
Really?
Yeah, it's not appearing. I don't know where the heck it's at. It is current. It is this season, but it doesn't show up on any of the any on anything on any chart, and that weirds me out a little bit. I'm like, how? Why? Um. So this is an isekai.
Okay.
It's an isekai that I think does pretty well because so the basis of it is the game that's it's a game. The game that's being played is an MMO in which your character that you create, the game designers, whatever, wanted you to have as much freedom to do whatever you wanted to do in the game itself.
Mm.
Um, you can make your character as it keeps scaling, going up and up and up and up and up, more powerful, more powerful, more powerful as you go. The main character of this decided that he put in a bunch of time and a bunch of money into the game, into his character, and he literally made someone who was more terrifying than the final boss. And the thing is
Okay.
that the game designers themselves, when they made this game, they made it to where whatever the characters did in this universe, in this game, became canon for the actual storyline of the game. So, like, characters' interactions and characters' decisions actually affected the world at large, kind of situation. And there was a system in place where it was like you could actually take over and become the ruler of lands. And this one guy literally did that. He became the ruler of everything. But then it became boring. And he was like, I'm too powerful. I need to put this to rest. I need to have it to where I'm no longer the key focal point and things can resume back to the way it was. So
Mm.
what he did was he got together with a bunch of his friends who were also very powerful, not as powerful as he was, but by themselves were fairly powerful. And they made it to where it was like his character was the big bad, and their characters were the heroes who were sent to take out the big bad. And they had this huge drag out, knockout fight where at the end of it, they seal his character, and it essentially is game over for that character. And he's like, oh, and you see him back in his world or in and our world, looking at his computer screen, being like, "Oh, it's game over." Okay, it's so cool. I'm glad we managed to put a needle in, put a nail in that coffin, and we can move on. He's like, I kind of disappointed that I've spent so much time and effort on this character, and now they're
Mm.
gone. But it was a really good run, and I'm glad now that the game can breathe once again. And then he gets a notification saying from the devs that, oh, you've unlocked this yada yada yada. Do you wish to proceed? And he was like, oh, maybe this was because of how powerful I was, and they want to give me some sort of consolation prize for losing my character or whatever. Sure. He clicks on it, and immediately he is now in the body of the character that he had made and is being summoned back into the world of the game, which is now essentially real life. So
Okay.
we have no idea how he got there. We have no idea what happened, why, but literally he is in the game as the character that he had made, and he's an absolute badass. Um, but like, so it's a little bit of like, yeah, he is overpowered. He can do a lot of shit. It's a matter of kind of moral decisions that he's kind of going through, and then trying to figure out like how he got there, what he's trying to do, and it's almost like he kind of gets the feeling like he thought at first it was just he was in the game. He was like, "Oh, I'm just in the game. This is
Mm.
great." But then he's like, "No, this is not just a game anymore. This is actually like a living, breathing world. This is not just like something. It's gone further beyond, and like even the world itself has changed and has moved on from where he once when he last played it. Like essentially, there was a time skip of almost 200 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, like, he's trying to find old allies. He's running into some of the heroes that he had played with as a player are
Mm.
now real people inside the game. And like at first he was like, I need to find the ones that are still alive because some of them were elves or dwarves or long-lived people creatures,
Yeah.
so they actually lived for that long. And then like he's coming across them thinking, are these players? And then he realizes, no, they're not players. They're actual real people.
Like NPCs that have like expanded on.
Well, like they were player characters originally. They weren't
Yeah,
NPCs. They were the actual PCs. And
yeah.
then he was like, "Well, if I find them in the world, are they? Am I going to actually meet up again with the players themselves?" And so
Hmm.
far, he's like, "No, these are now actual people, like just people.
Okay, so
They have
so
their own
he,
thought process, their own mind,
yes,
and everything." So yeah.
yeah. So basically, he and other players were playing a game.
Hmm.
Then that story concluded. He is the only one that got brought back into the game for like the sequel.
Essentially, and again, it's like he got brought back, but it was
uh,
like it's like the world had time jumped,
yeah,
and now this is his life. This is his world.
yeah. So basically, all the player characters and all the non-player characters have basically become characters.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
And now he's just trying to figure out like what's going on. But at the same time, the heroes who defeated his character never were able to actually defeat the final boss of the game. So the
Oh,
Demon Lord still exists. And apparently, the heroes, after they went and defeated his character, went to go defeat the Demon Lord and failed.
interesting.
Yeah. So Demon Lord exists, and he's been unstoppable until
Hmm.
now. So when our main character got summoned back to the world as his character, they were trying to summon another hero to go up against the Demon Lord and inadvertently brought the other boss, essentially, back from the banishment that the heroes initially put her under when they defeated her. But, like, they just got either it's a matter of they got lucky or they kind of just lucked. I mean, essentially, it seems like they just got lucky in the battle. It was an intense battle. Like, that was literally the first episode, is the battle between our our main character as her
Hmm.
in the actual game versus the
Hmm.
heroes. That's like where you begin the whole thing.
Okay.
But then like things that is going on like as he's traversing trying to figure things out, he realizes that like even though this was his character and his everything he did was, like, oh, I controlled this character. This is all things I should do. I should know all these things. There are things that have happened to this character supposedly either before or when he was actually playing this character that makes him think that this was not just a character. This was actually a real living thing. Like
Oh,
she has a past that he does not remember implementing as the creator of the character.
interesting.
Yeah. Like at one point he has
Ah.
a dream that was a nightmare about her as a kid. And he was like, I don't re- I don't remember that making that part of her past. Where did that come
Mm.
from? Why was that a memory, a nightmare that came to me when that was never part of any sort of implementation that I ever did when I originally made the character?
That's very interesting. It makes me like question like the logistics of the world.
Yeah.
It's like, was this actually a game or like some kind of possession? I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. It's very interesting. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm very much on board with this. And this was one I didn't necessarily because I think either it never showed up, maybe it didn't show up on any chart initially, and it's the reason why I never came across it. Um, or it just didn't seem like it was going to be that great. But seeing a clip that someone had on YouTube a while back after it first came out of
Mm.
a fight that they end up happening, and again, if anything when it comes to me and fights in that regards, when I see that crazy come out, when I'm just
Mm.
like, oh, this is gonna get good, and that's exactly what I saw when she has 12 disciples
Mm.
that were like followers, pets of hers, essentially. And the one short that I saw was a fight between one of her disciples where, like, she's just egging him on. She was, you know, because they, I guess she did, or when I found out later on, like the disciple didn't think it was her because she'd been banished.
Hmm.
So he was like, "You can't be her. Like, how? There's no way you could have come back." So he thought it was the demons who were trying to trick him into thinking it, and he
Hmm.
was like, "Oh, well, let's go. That's what you want to do. I'll show you who I really am." And
Hmm.
he did something, and then just the crazy look of going, "Is that it?" And I'm like, "Damn, all right, what the hell is this?" I'm like, "That's a
Okay.
disciple," and eventually they recommend got back together and everything. But I was just like, seeing that look, or she was just like, "Oh, you want to play? Let's play. We'll play." I'm like in the background going, "I think you made a mistake. I don't think you want to play with that."
Interesting.
So,
Um, so I did find out what's going on with this show.
oh really?
Um, yes. So do you remember OVAs?
I do.
Yes. So OVAs is the term of a show that doesn't get broadcast; it goes straight to video.
Oh, is this one of those?
This is the modern version of that, where it's called an ONA, original net in animation. So there's no, because video is kind of like a '90s term. um, home video is. Yeah, this basically is an OVA, except it just went straight to the internet, so it didn't get broadcast on TV.
Oh my goodness. Why do I have so many of the ones I'm currently watching that are OVA or ONAs?
Because
What
they're not.
the?
Yeah, it's like these, I guess, independent or something like that shows that are not getting
Really?
broadcast. So they're just going straight
Okay,
to streaming services.
hold on a quick second here.
Rabbit hole time.
So hold on, this studio that has done this is an legitimate studio, and I have seen some of their other stuff and have enjoyed them,
Hmm.
and they've done good work.
Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't go straight to it doesn't go to TV. It just goes straight to streaming services.
That's crazy. I feel like they're missing out on that.
Yeah, yeah. Just like these indie games like end up blowing up and becoming really popular without a publisher, or I guess
Mm-hmm.
being self-published. So yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, so for this one for sure, bravo to the production company, WAO World. Yeah,
Wow
I've
world.
seen Wow World. Y'all are great. Keep it up. If this is the caliber you're going for, keep it up, cause I have no issues whatsoever. I'm deeply invested in this, and I think if your decision was that you wanted to make this because of you thought saw the potential in it as well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I might have to check this one out too, because since you highly recommend it so much. But yeah. So that is
A wild
Wildlife
last.
Boss. Yep. All right. Let's see what the next show on the list is. Let's see if we are gonna be okay. Oh, it's all messed up.
Uh-oh. I'm about to say that doesn't look right. That was last season, wasn't it?
That was like
Two
earlier
seasons
this
ago?
year,
Yeah.
like
Spring.
3. Yeah.
I think it was spring. I want to say.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. The next show we're gonna talk about is Alma-chan Wants to Be a Family. So,
Yes. So this would be yours.
yes. Um, I am not sure if I'm on the fence.
Okay. Sure.
Uh, I'm I'm kind of stepping off the fence and being like, nah, I'm good.
Not that great, huh?
It's it is one of those like so narration. Depending on the narration in the show, it can feel like you're being brought along on a journey,
Mm-hmm.
or you're being lectured to because you're a child. And this show makes me feel like I'm being lectured to because
Gotcha.
it over explains, it explains everything, and I'm like, I know, I see it. I know, I've watched anime before. I know how all this works. And it's like, and this happens because of this. And I'm like, so I have a problem with the narration.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then the characters, they seem like caricatures rather than actual people.
Uh-huh.
Um, so I can't really like root for them because it's all cliche and like I can tell what's probably gonna happen. Like, yeah, there may be some flares here and there as far as like um, differences in this version of the character, but it's compared to everything else that I have watched this season. I'm like, the character development is not there. They're gonna slowly sprinkle it in throughout the series, um, and I can kind of see where it's gonna end up already.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they have some gags here and there. A lot of them fall flat for me, but and it's like the concept was interesting because I thought they were going to explore certain aspects of like androids and AI and stuff like that. The first episode, they didn't talk about AI at all. Um,
So a show about androids or AI, they didn't talk about androids AI at all.
well, it's like they basically they're like she's a robot, and I'm like yeah, and they're like and she's cute, and I'm like okay, and they're like, and the two scientists are like stuck up, like they think they're smarter than everyone, and they kind of got kicked out from the I guess like main group of scientists and stuff like that. They're not they don't have good reputations, so they're working on their own in secret
Mm-hmm.
to achieve their goal. So then they can rub it in everyone's face later. Um,
Interesting.
and it just seems petty. It just like, and I'm just like, I don't care. Um, because it's like it's one of those things where like they're creating this possibly incredible breakthrough just so they can shove it in their other colleagues' faces, and I'm like, I don't like it. So I feel that Alma is going to change them
Mm-hmm.
into like being more well-adjusted people. Um, but I don't think she. I think I think she's going to change them by having like by putting them through a bunch of different awkward to them situations,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not gonna feel anything.
See,
I'm
this is
just
the
gonna yeah.
this is the problem when you have characters that you don't develop and that you don't like. When it comes to see, I guess this is what I was talking about when it comes to like romance. I think is a good example of it. You have to have a connection that you feel with the characters.
Yes.
Like they have their flaws, and you know they're their flaws, and you can relate to their flaws in some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it happens in romance. It happens in things that are similar to romance but aren't romantic in its own sense and way. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like if you're wanting us to go through the same emotions and the same feelings as the characters and you want us to go on this journey with them, you have to be able to give us that connection with them and you have to be able to understand where their flaws are and be able to journey with them as they make those transitions and make themselves better.
Hmm.
But if you can't do that, you know, even like having someone's death in any sort of form of media, sometimes you're just like, I don't care. You feel heartless about it. You're just like,
Like,
God, I
that's
feel horrible because I'm like looking at this person going, why should I care? They just died. Okay, cool. But you're like,
we're like, that sucks.
yeah.
Moving on.
Sucks to be you, but all right, sure, why not?
Yeah, it's
So,
and it's like don't get me wrong as far as the show goes. Like I don't hate every aspect of it. There are moments where and it's one of those things where it's like she puts them through situations and I'm just watching.
mm,
Like so basically the situation that they're in, she basically observed the situation and she was like mom and dad and they're like wait what and they're all freaking out about that and I'm like okay calm down um and then they try to explain how they're not her mom and dad and she basically logics them into agreeing to the situation and then she's like well since you are my mom and dad then oh what was it he's like okay well I need to kind of run my head through this situation and like the dude the male scientist and he's like okay well I'm gonna go home and I will be back and Alma's like but families are supposed to sleep together so you can't do that and he's like okay so then they end up all sleeping in like a big futon and all that kind of stuff and it gets awkward because of the way that she positions them. Because he was like, oh, okay, yeah, Alma's in the middle, and then the mom and the dad are on the outside, and she's like, oh no, to help develop my independence, I will be on the outside, and the mom will be on the inside. So then it makes it awkward between the two scientists, and like there's like some silly things that here and there, that's like, aha, and then and then it just the story just keeps moving on. So I don't know if it was just a bad introduction for the first episode and it'll get interesting later, or it just not
I
getting
almost
me.
I almost feel like when it comes to little girls who are like different or overpowered in that sort of way, like the only one that really comes to mind that I think did really well at it was the Dragon Maid one.
Yes.
She was an adorable character that you cared about, and even though she didn't have like there was an episode or two that had her specifically as the focus of the character of the characters or whatever, but she was
Mm.
never like the main focus of anything. She was just kind of there most of the time,
Yeah.
and she was still one of those where like I absolutely loved the episode that focused entirely on her when she decided to run off to America and have her own little adventure or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, this is awesome. This is adorable. She is great. Even though she is messing things up royally for some things, it's still great. From the
Yes.
sound of it, this did none of that.
No. It's and that's a perfect example. Like kind of like a one to one to where to what these characters if I guess the difference why I like the Dragon Maid character way more than I like this character is that this character is bland and the character in every character in Dragon Maid is like interesting and unique in their own way.
But I
And
will say this. I will say this. The girl, the little girl that we were referencing in Dragon Maid, she is very non emotional,
yes,
but she's still interesting in her
yes,
own way. So, like, they managed to give her the personality of being very non emotional, but she still came off as being interesting to that. So it's like, you can't just, like, I'm sure someone would make the argument of going, well, she's just AI. So if like she's kind of computeristic, so she's got that non-emotion thing in there. It's like you can still do non-emotional and still have an interesting character.
Yes. Like, um, and it may be like because the character in Dragon Maid is like way like younger than this character, that that in a way that she can like do cuter things.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
They look to be about the same age, if I'm honest.
but yeah, like there's a like it's funny that you say that like the other character went to America. There's a point where and there's a point where they give the robot a mission. And basically, like, go grocery shopping for some pops. Go get a popsicle from the store and come back.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and they have some drone. They have a drone following her, and I'm like, oh, that's discreet.
You're not
uh,
fooling anybody, man. What are you talking about here?
yeah. So, um, and then something really I can't remember what. It was so quick and so dumb that I completely forgot what it was. But the drone quickly gets destroyed, and then they have to go and like tail her and like
Mm-hmm.
make sure nothing happens to her because they don't have eyes on her anymore. So what ends up happening is she goes gets the popsicle, and then as soon as she steps outside, there's this foreign guy um, who's lost, and he's speaking in the heavily accented, but it's weird because it's like it's heavily accented, but it's also clear, crisp English at the same time. Um, it's that accent that I don't know what to call it because it's not like someone who's fluent in English but has a really strong accent. It's someone who is fluent in another language but then also is fluent in English. It's a weird mix, but they do that all the time in anime. But basically, it was a foreign guy speaking like that, and then she all of a sudden like switches into English mode, and she's like, "I can help you get to where you're going," and I'm like, "He just said he's lost. How do you know where he's going?" And then she's like, "Follow me," and then they both get on a bus, and then they both end up somewhere else, and then he's like, "Oh, thank you for helping me find my way," and she's like, "Yeah, no problem," and then she like walks off, and I'm like, "Where are we? How did you know to take him here? Like, I'm confused." And then like the parents, the two scientists like show up and they like take her home, and I'm like, and then when they get home, she's like, "Oh yeah, mission complete," and she pulls out the ice cream and it's all melted, and then she's like, and they're all like, they give her like a whole lesson about sometimes, um, failure doesn't mean failure, and I'm like, yeah, but you didn't explain why, like. You just kind of brushed over that situation. You're like, no, everything's good now. Let's move on. So, it's there's a lot in this show that I'm like, I have questions because they either completely skip over it, like, how did she know that the guy needed to go to where she took him? So, like, what she just took him to some random place and now he's like even more lost? um, but yeah, it's it's one of those things where it's like, I think that she's too like stale. Like she's I don't know how to describe it. It's like she's supposed to be a cute character. She's not cute enough. She's supposed to
Mm-hmm.
be a robotic, amazing, like weapon, and she's not cool enough.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like in somewhere in this middle ground that's just boring. So I
I
really
I'm
okay.
reading some like synopsises of like the show and the episodes on Wikipedia, and it's
Yeah,
just, oh my god.
yeah. So I'm like,
So Enji and Suzume are shocked when Alma returns home claiming she knows they are lovey-dovey and has started learning bad language from the boys. Later, after bathing Alma, detects Enji becomes aroused when Suzume smells nice, shocking her. Alma adds pervert to Enji's file. Wow. Just wow.
And I'm like, it fits the show, and I'm just like, oh, another thing that I'm like, that they just do stuff and then like retcon it. So, um, when she was talking about the whole situation where like they're the parents and everything like that, and she's like, oh, okay, well since y'all are my parents but y'all aren't married, let me fix that. And then she like hacks into the family registry database and like sets their registration up to where they're married. And then she's like, and now we have tax benefits and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what? Is this some kind of like uh
So, I
public
think
service announcement? Because the
I think the failing that they did in that regards is that like if you wanted to do this, she should have been older. Like not maybe like super old, but at least like maybe closer to like teenage years kind of situation where it might make a little bit like you start shying away from the cutesiness because like she goes when she goes robotic, she goes so far robotic it doesn't, it just takes you out of the fact that you're looking at this like adorable girl kind of situation.
yeah, it's like they don't go far enough in a direction to
Yeah.
make it like work.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so once she's like, oh yeah, I altered y'all's family registry, and they're like, no, 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 don't do that. And she's like, and then Alma reversed it, and then they move on to the next scene, and I'm like, what? So yeah, I'm disappointed with this show. it was
Yeah.
it's like yeah, they didn't go far enough in whatever direction they wanted to go, and they kind of just stuck in the middle, and
Mhm.
it's boring and awkward. But
Yeah.
yeah. So that is Alma wants to be a family. Then, let's see what the next show we're gonna be talking about is. I
Ah,
can't. Is it okay? What is this?
one of mine. Give me just a hot second here. It is my status as an assassin obviously exceeds the hero's.
Yes.
Okay, so I will start off by saying this one includes a little bit of CGI, which I
Okay.
notice, and it does kind of throw me a little bit. But because it doesn't like beat you over the head with it for the most part, I'm okay with it. I'm not loving it, but I'm okay with it. So we'll start off
Not
there.
loving it.
Not loving
Okay.
it, but I'm okay with it. So this is interesting. So this is where the heroes, so a class of students, um, I guess probably like seniors in high school kind of situation,
Okay.
get transported to another world. So fairly standard business there. When they get transported, they're told by the queen and the king that they are heroes who have been summoned to this world. They have their usual spiel, and there is some dissension amongst that, but they all kind of necessarily agree, especially when they get told, "Oh, we'll go through and see what your jobs are, and whoever's the hero should be the one to take charge and lead the rest, and to and we'll train you up and all this, that, and the other thing." And I'm like, okay, whatever. um Eventually we do find who the hero is. A little bit of a pompous little guy, but okay, he's got his flaws, obviously, we'll take that. And then what's interesting is our main character is not the hero. Akira Oda, he is a character who has been in school. He was the person that everyone didn't really take notice of. He was a background character. He was by himself, had very few friends. Just kind of just was like, I'm here. Don't mess with me. I don't want to deal with it. Kind of situation. I'm sure we've all had those when we were in school and had those people, and we may have been them. I'm pretty sure I was at some point. Um, but he finds that he's not the hero, he is an assassin. And he opened up his status menu and realized that when they saw what the hero had, his stats are actually more powerful than the hero's.
Okay.
And he actually had abilities that were already, a few of them were already maxed out. One of which being concealment. And so everyone was getting scanned to know what they were, what they did, and this, that, and the other thing. And he actually uses his ability concealment to so no one notices him, and so because he was like, I don't want people to know what I am. I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I feel like if I'm singled out like this, especially because everyone already oohed and awed over the hero stats, and if they see mine, it could cause trouble or friction. He's
Yeah.
like, I'm just going to conceal myself and I'm going to walk on out of here with the rest of them. So he does. Um, in so doing, you end up finding out because he leaves at the end when everyone else had already left. The king and the queen seem fishy.
Okay.
So there's a question going around as to it starts becoming more and more apparent when you're going through this going, is are we on the good guys side? Are we actually the good guys in this scenario? Are we potentially getting led on to do bad things without knowing it kind of situation? Um, One of the, I guess, the captain of the knights ended up seeing our main character because he has a detect skill that is like pretty high up there and was actually able to. He couldn't tell who it was. He could just tell that there was a presence there that was not supposed to be there.
Mm.
So he called him out on it, and he eventually started talking with him, and he kind of became a compadre, a friend, just being like, "Hey, look, I get it. This is all a weird situation for you, and everything, and we'd appreciate your help." But at the same time, he kind of started dropping hints that things probably weren't what they quite seemed, and that he should be more cautious. Um, and it ends up turning, at least for the initial part, that a lot of his friends ended up getting cursed, and they started being highly suggested. Like they were open to suggestion, almost like hypnosis, and they were almost kind of being mind controlled in a sense in that way. And he was one of the only ones that was not affected by this. And I
Okay.
guess the knight captain that he had befriended ended up getting murdered, and he was framed for it because one of the weapons he had ended up showing up in the dude's back, and it seemed like he had killed him. So the queen made that suggestion of he's the killer, and before anyone could make that argument, and everyone just immediately turned against him, to where he had to conceal himself and run off. And then, but the assistant to the knight commander, I guess, knew this was potential something that could potentially happen,
Mm-hmm.
and he arranged it to where he couldn't get everyone, but he got some of his classmates broken from the suggestion, the curse, and they were able to leave and are kind of now trying to travel the world and see what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas he has is also traveling, and it's kind of been alluded to that he is going to meet up with the demon king, the demon lord, and that may be where he finds out that the humans are in the wrong or in the bad. I don't know. It
Mm-hmm.
seems interesting because it's like we're kind of turning the trope on its head a little bit,
Yeah.
and I'm very much like, okay, I want to see where this goes. I want to see what we're doing here. I want to see how this pans out. like I get the direction it's going in, and I'm really
Mm-hmm.
curious to see if we're gonna go there or if they're going to subvert our expectations even further. And like I don't know, maybe neither side is good,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just gonna have to kind of figure out what they want to, whose side they want to take, or do they want to just try to just say screw it and just we're just gonna murk everybody because
Mm-hmm.
nobody's the good guy in this scenario. You know,
Okay.
I don't know.
Interesting.
It's very interesting, and I think that's probably one of the main reasons why I can forgive the CGI in it.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, it's at least interesting enough that I'm okay with it. If
Yeah.
it had been full on CGI like they did with Berserk, I probably would have been like, nope, not happening. Next.
Okay.
Because this is one of those scenarios where I feel like CGI just doesn't do it credit, it doesn't do it justice, and it feels
Yeah.
just starkly out of place and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not like leaning on it heavily and you're only utilizing it in certain scenarios and certain situations, I'm like, okay, I can forgive it.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm curious to hear like what's actually going on once they reveal it.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of alluding to things, and I'm like, all right, when's the ball gonna drop? When are we gonna figure this out?
Cool, cool, cool. Alright. What do we have next? Yeah. The next show we're gonna be talking about is uh
Go ahead, I'll wait for you on this one.
I gotta find the English name.
Go for it.
Little Miss Vampire Can't Suck Right.
Its name, I swear to God. Where do they come up with these things? Um,
Ah.
this, I mean, okay, I'll be honest. I've seen little clips of it.
Okay, I was like, you watch it?
No, I've seen like little clips of it at least.
Mm.
It looks kind of adorable.
It is kind of adorable.
Okay.
Um, I wish they would make up their mind on what they want to do with the show stylistically.
Mhm.
Um, so like the vampire girl,
Mhm.
um, she has her normal moments.
Is
She
this about
has,
the
huh?
chibi things?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yeah. She has her normal moments. She has her trying to be cool moments, and then half the time she's like in chibi mode, and I'm like, stop. Like,
I mean, the picture you have here to me is very apt for what you just described, because literally it's like both the character on the left and the one on the ground, the picture, is the same person, and they both go back and forth between that.
yeah, and I'm like chibi is supposed to be using sparingly when you're trying to be cute, and I'm
Mhm.
like, they use it so much in this show. It kind of it doesn't make it like a novelty. It's just like, oh, she's chibi again. Um, and then the guy who's basically like helping her train, um, he's weird. So he's supposed to be like a nondescript kind of character where like
Mhm.
he doesn't stand out, and half the time he doesn't have a nose and a mouth.
So when they said nondescript, they really meant nondescript. We're gonna get rid of all descriptive features of him whatsoever.
Yeah, so like, and it makes sense for like background characters to have that, but he's not a background character. He's a side character. So like,
When they thought side, they meant real, real side.
so when you originally meet him, he like he is just his eyes on his face, and then he's just kind of like trying not to, trying to like stay under the radar, and Um, it's it starts to work until he starts interacting with her, and then all of a sudden his nose and his mouth appears, and I'm like, and I didn't notice it right away because I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, that's how he should look at all times. So I'm like, okay, and then like he is basically like overhearing her like trying to be cool in front of everybody because she's the vampire and everybody's like, ah, the vampire.
Yeah, it's like everybody accepting of this. I got very confused about the overall arcing like storyline as far as that goes.
So over accepting of what?
Like they're just cool with the fact that she's a vampire and has to suck his blood on a regular basis.
Um, they are trying. They are trying very poorly to hide the fact that she's sucking his blood. Um,
I mean, at one point, I'm sure you've only seen the first episode of this, but I remember seeing a clip at one point where he is like almost like covered in like various band-aids and
yeah.
stuff like that. And I'm just like, and then he's just like, "Oh, I think this one's still bleeding. Here, do you want to suck on this one?" And I'm just like on his arm, and I'm like, "Are we okay with this? Like, we're just out in the open with it. No one's like, she's a vampire. That's evil. No, we're like, no, cool. Go ahead. Hey, you need a moment to go into the back and suck on his blood for a little while.
It's
You feeling
it's
anemic?"
it's so much stranger than that. Like,
That's pretty strange to begin with.
yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like she is like the popular girl because she's the vampire, and they explain away all the rules on like that makes the character a vampire,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like he even asked her, he's like, so so you don't have any problems with the sun? He's like, no, I actually like the sun, and I'm like, that's not an explanation. That just. And then he's like, what about crosses and garlic? And he's like, no, I actually like it too. And I'm like, it what? You like a cross or you like garlic? You did.
See, this now reminds me, again, like the ones you've described, the animes you've described so far. I keep thinking back to other ones that
Yeah.
have similar characters or similar things, and I'm like, Interview with a Monster Girl.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the very first character he meets is a vampire girl, and they stress it early on, just going like, it's acceptable that demi-humans exist in this world, and that we know this for a fact. There are just not that many of them in the world. And our main protagonist in that one just really is fascinated by that and just wants to know more about them. And the very first person he meets is a vampire girl in the school that he teaches at. And like they do that whole thing too where he's like, "Can you when he first gets to talk with her, he's like, "Can you divulge like is any of these things like from Bram Stoker or all these other myths and lores about vampires true?" And like they play it off, but they think they do it way better than what you're describing because like
Yeah.
she says crosses and she starts bursting out laughing and going, oh, because the way she looks at it, it goes, "Oh wait, I pass over that fad in middle school. That's no longer a thing anymore." Because like in her mind, it's just like, "Oh, we're wearing crosses and stuff like that," and he's like, "No, I'm more concerned. Can you be around crosses?" But she just that one comment of her saying that in that
Yeah.
way, because
Mm-hmm.
that's more of like what a girl her age would probably say in that regards.
Yeah.
Immediately makes you believe, oh, crosses aren't they're not bad. Like
Yeah.
they don't care about them. Whereas she just goes, they're fine. You know what I mean? It's like you kind of dropped the ball a little bit, and you had an opportunity with her personality kind of to shine through a little bit and give her more of a girly kind of situation, but you
Yeah.
just kind of glazed over it because you just didn't want to bother with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Um. And
So to me,
then
that just sounds like lazy writing, if I'm just being honest about it.
it 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 was like it's like why can this character want walk in the sun? Because we want her to. Shut up. And I'm
See,
like,
and then Interview with a Monster Girl. Yes, she was walking in the sun, but she makes the comment that the sun drains her and like she feels more tired the longer she's out in it, and she also makes the comment of, since my skin is fairer, I burn easier.
Yeah. And
And you're like,
my
oh,
question
makes sense.
my question for that one is like she was a demi-human, meaning half, right? Or partial.
Well, they say demi-human, but I think they really meant like full on, like they say demi-human because they have a human look to them, but they're not like actual human in that situation.
Kind of like beast characters, like
Yeah.
beast. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Um, and then as far as like the whole blood sucking that she does, um, God, this dude's weird. So um, she basically needs to drink blood all the time because of her hunger level. Um, in order to satiate that, she's trying to substitute it with like sweets and stuff like that.
Uh huh.
So during class, she like has a book up with like a pile of cookies, and she just like just munching them down, and like trying to like trying to one make sure that her stomach doesn't growl, and then two trying to be discreet because she's supposed to be the cool vampire girl. Um,
See, again, I'm like, I'm just comparing the two in my mind, and I'm like, she had the same thing in interviews with Monster Girls,
okay.
where it's like she does drink blood, but she was issued a blood packet by the government for like she gets a blood packet every month, and she only has to eat from this blood packet. But in lieu of doing that, because she does have the hunger as well, she would do things like, whenever she drinks something, she's usually drinking tomato juice
Yes.
because it's something that reminds her of that, and she
Yes.
can. And then she also made the comment of, sometimes I feel like I have to like bite something, but not like bite as in like puncture down kind of situation. More like a dog with a bone where you're just kind of like gnawing on it kind of
Yeah.
situation. So like her sister, her twin sister, who was not vampire, she was the vampire, she wasn't the vampire, but would like, she would go, I need to nom on something, and like literally she'd be like, okay, and she'd sit down on the couch next to her as she's reading a book and just be gnawing on her arm as it's outstretched and whatever, and she just be not completely phased at all, and just be like, "Hey, can you turn the page for me?" And she'd be like, "Okay, turn the page," as she's like still gnawing on her arm essentially. But I'm like, things like that. Again, it
That
shows more of a personality, and it
yes.
also gives them a deeper, like, understanding kind of situation.
Yes. Oh my god, that's such a better way to do it.
See,
Um,
so
yeah.
it's like I
So
know it can be done.
yes. So they do. She does drink tomato juice from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it doesn't help at all. From what I'm seeing in the show.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the guy he was he had noticed that he had noticed. I don't know if she started talking to him or he started talking to her, but as they were talking, her stomach growled, and he's like, and she's like, oh, and he's, oh, what was it? Is no. It happened. So basically, they both got assigned cleaning duty, so they could be like just them two and everybody else. All the rest of the cast, like everybody else of the show's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So as they were cleaning up, her stomach growled, and he asked if she was hungry or something like that, and she's like, "No, I'm fine." So she goes over and sits on the couch and like starts munching on the sweets and stuff like that, and her stomach's still growling. So then he's like, um, I don't know how he put two and two together, but he was like, "Would you like to to suck my blood?" And she's like, "No, no." And then she ends up doing it anyway. And her problem, her problem with sucking blood is that she's not aggressive or strong. So she like munches on his arm like a baby would. And
Oh my god.
So like eventually she'll hit something and like start to draw blood, but it's more a bunch of just gumming someone's arm and like
Oh my
so so when she
Oh.
starts doing that, he says the weirdest and grossest thing, and he says it repeatedly every time, and I'm like, would you stop? So so once she starts like gumming his arm,
Uh-huh.
he's like, I've become her mom,
Oh my god.
and I'm like, what did you just say?
Oh my
And I'm like,
Oh.
I'm gonna ignore that because that was the weirdest thing you could have ever said.
Yeah,
And then
100%.
and then the next day he has like a bunch of bandages on his arm. So I'm like, okay, like she was trying every inch of his arm to find something. Um,
At some point, you just gotta be like, I'm gonna carry a pocket knife with me
yeah.
and just be like, here you go. Have at it. Let me get one spot where some blood will come up and you can have at it. How about that?
Yeah. So
Oh.
they start like logging throughout the day and everything, and then of course she starts getting hungry again, and he's like, "Would you like to suck my blood again?" And she's like, why do you keep insisting on this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why do you keep insisting
Yeah,
on this?"
no kidding.
Um, so
I'd,
then he
I'd be like, dude, you kind of need that to live.
yeah. So um she partakes again, and then he gets this weird look on his face, and I'm like, ew, don't do that. And then he says, I've become her mom again, and I'm like, stop. This is, you know what? You're not helping her to help her. You're helping her for your own reasons, and I do not like this.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
care. I don't care too much for your reasoning.
yeah, and and it's like every time she like I guess she gets carried away, and then when she realizes that she's like, oh, I should stop, he's already like about to pass out. So,
I
um,
was gonna ask about that too, considering it seems like she's not very good at it. I'm like, is she just gonna be too overly like taking of everything and just pretty much almost kill him essentially?
basically every day, and I'm like, I don't think that's healthy. I think
No.
I think y'all should like spread this apart, like maybe once a week or something.
Oh,
Like
for
this is
sure. For
so.
sure. Depending upon how much she's taking at a time, like that could suck.
Yeah. So, um, yeah, I think that's about what all happens in the first episode. It doesn't really progress that far, but
That's
um,
still that's horrible. Like,
so
good lord.
so it's like as a concept, this show's very interesting. You have a vampire who has problems sucking blood. Um, you have a classmate who's willing to help her out. Um, cool. She has like she's a vampire, like a special type of vampire like as opposed to like the traditional vampire. So there's some uniqueness about her.
But it sounds like that's probably where the goodness of it
Yeah,
is.
yeah. The way they execute every single thing in this show, it bothers me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like how many times she goes chibi. I don't like him saying he's become her mom. I don't. I don't understand the fact that she can keep sucking him, sucking. Oh.
No, no, please go on, go on.
I don't like the fact that she can drink his blood every day and he does no types of side effects. Um, and I don't know
Oh
where this
dear
story's
God.
going.
Oh
Like,
my God, I'm crying. Oh God damn.
yeah, I don't know where this story's going. There's no like
Oh Jesus.
like
Whew.
there's no like problem coming up, and
Uh,
if the show stays here, I'm out. But
yeah, I mean, from the sound of it, like they could have gone in so many different directions and done so many better things. Whether it was like maybe she's come here and she's trying to hide the fact that she's a vampire because nobody should know, and like her family doesn't know she came to school, or her family only said that she could come to school because as long as she keeps her identity a secret and doesn't let anyone know that she's a vampire. um I mean, they could have done like a romance situation between the guy and the girl kind of thing, where like she becomes incredibly weak and he has to like figure out the fact that she's anemic and she refuses to take the blood until he finally forces her to take some blood so that way she can actually sustain herself and not die from the lack of blood. Like maybe she has like some sort of in her own mind where she's refusing her vampiristic traits or whatever. But like none of that seems to be the case at
it's like
all.
all of that has been done by other shows.
They have, but that's not to say that you couldn't have done it again and just made
Yeah,
it a little bit different or done something in a better way,
yeah,
you know.
and I'm more saying that as in like there's precedent for that to happen, so
Mhm.
this show could do that too.
Yep.
It's
100%.
just they just decided to not do any of that and go
Yeah.
their own path, and
They're
I'm
like,
like,
"No, no, no. We're going to take our own and do our own thing." It's like, "Well, that your own thing is doing nothing.
yeah.
You're just like you just made the characters and you're just like, "All right, here they are."
So um, I don't know if I want to continue this show because it seems like there's a reason why, other than her just trying to put off like a cool aura. It seems like there's a reason why she's trying to hide the fact that she's like hungry all the time and needs to suck blood. Um, I'm
And see, like, I'd be curious about the fact is like, if her classmates know she's a vampire and are cool with that, does that mean the world in general knows the fact that vampires exist and that they're cool with that? And if that's the case, why isn't it like Interview with the Monster Girls, where like the government just goes, "Here, have some blood from a blood bank to sustain you, so you don't have to go
yes,
about trying to suck people's blood."
yes, and then there should be like a effort to like replenish the blood bank. Maybe
Yeah,
like yeah, weekly donations or something like that.
something like that. I mean,
Yeah,
so that way she's not dependent on this one dude who is literally being drained of all his blood on a regular basis.
yeah. So I'm curious if like another vampire character will show up and be cooler than her, and maybe that'll be the conflict in the show.
So we're just going with high school girl drama because someone's cooler than her, even though she's a vampire. Like, oh dear lord. Or better yet, she's cooler than her and she's not a vampire. So then it's like you're outcooled a lot. Like your only cool feature about you was the fact that you're a vampire. Now you don't. God, you're the
yeah,
worst now.
yeah. So yeah, I wish the show was executed better. Um,
Seems
it has its interesting moments, but then it has a lot of like
this seems to be
detracting.
the running gag throughout this season so far. Execution,
Yeah,
execution, execution.
yeah,
You have a good groundwork, but the way you built the house is just wrong.
yeah, yeah. It's like good premises, weak executions.
Yeah.
Let's see. The next show we're gonna be talking about is. Did you watch?
Yes,
Okay.
I have. This
Reincarnated
one,
as the daughter of a legendary hero and the Queens of Spirit.
yeah. Otherwise, dad is a hero, mom is a spirit. I'm a reincarnator.
Ah, the fourth, the fourth synonym.
Yes. Um, yeah. I think this is a pretty solid anime and isekai, I guess, in its own way, shape, and form. Because it's taking isekai in another different direction. I like the fact that we're getting isekais, but we're getting them trying to do things a little bit differently than just your standard affair kind of situation.
Okay.
Um, so this one has the little girl Ellen as the person who has been isekai'd from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
She was a scientist, and she has been isekai'd and reborn. So it wasn't so much like she literally has lost her body and was her spirit went into the unborn child of these two people who would then birthed her out kind of situation. So it's a matter of like she didn't just appear in this world, she literally was created in this world, and she just has the soul and memories of her life here on Earth in Japan. Um,
Kind of like reincarnated, like Mashoka
Jobless
Tensei.
reincarnation. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Same sort of thing.
Okay.
Except in this one, she has been born of two very powerful people, and actually has abilities based upon that has been manifested. So she is, even though she's reincarnated, she is also like a full-fledged spirit in this world. Um, Sort of akin to something I would consider like a fae kind of situation.
Mm.
And um, her abilities manifest with her knowledge of our world, and in our world she was a scientist. And so she can create minerals. And by that, like at one point she while she was in the church talking with somebody, she made it rain diamonds, essentially little diamonds, just because
Ouch.
that's why I said little diamonds.
Mm.
And it wasn't anyone got hurt by them. It was just a matter of she was proving what she could do kind of situation. Like she can create materials. Like she has the she because of the fact she was a scientist, she has in her mind the chemical makeup of any and all minerals, and like how they're formed kind of situation. So she can freely do that on her own.
Okay.
Um, which is interesting. But I like the fact in this one, like, even though she is our main character, like, she is the important one, her parents are equally important, and almost the fact that, like, her whole thing is not the focal point of everything. Um, Her father, who had been previously the hero of this world when he went out and vanquished the demon lord, with the help of her mother, who at the time they weren't married, but after the battle, he was gravely injured, and she took him back to the spirit world where he recovered, but because of the time he spent there, he's now half spirit himself.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, like, he kind of just goes back and forth between both worlds. He stayed in the spirit world for quite a while, and most part, everyone kind of assumed he was dead. They thought he may come back because there was at least a few people who saw her take him into the spirit world, but no one
Mm.
was really sure that he was going to.
Okay. Quick question.
So, yeah,
So is the I guess if you're in the spirit world too long, do you start like fading away?
no, you don't start fading away, but he went from being purely human to now being kind of a hybrid of the
Okay.
two, because the world itself that he lived in just started affecting him in that way.
Okay.
So he himself started gaining additional abilities and powers because of the time that he spent there. and now like both worlds feel like home to him because it's kind of just the way his body now reacts to that kind of situation. He can traverse both freely. It's just a matter of like he's now like half human, half spirit.
Okay, so it's more of not spirit as in ghost,
No,
spirit
no, no, no,
as
no.
in yeah,
They
spirit as in
refer to him
powerful.
as spirit, but I like I said, I would probably make it more close to like Fae kind of situation.
Okay, so like a powerful entity.
Yeah,
Okay, okay, that yeah, so that's the basically the opposite. Okay.
yeah. Um, the thing that the main plot point of this has been is that the kingdom that he resided in when he was purely human, um, during I think they mentioned like 200 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
when things started to get to a point where there was bad things were happening, and the king at the time, I guess, made an affront towards the spirit queen, and she was so upset with him from what he had done and what he had made her do that she basically put a curse on him and said that you can no longer contract with any spirits. You can no longer no none of my spirits will ever talk with you, ever contract with you. You can't you have nothing to do with them anymore. You're done. I revoke all help and everything from them. You are basically blacklisted. You and your entire family going forward. You're done. And the father is the only family that the spirits actually liked, that family.
Mm-hmm.
So his family has been a boon to the kingdom because they're the only family that the spirits will actually come and help
Mm-hmm.
and do stuff for and contract with. And so our whole thing is that the newly appointed king is kind of scheming in the background and trying to arrange things now that his one of his subjects is married to the spirit queen and has a daughter, to see if he can, like, what happened I guess 200 years ago was never fully accurately recorded, or at least like the reasoning behind it was never fully
Mm-hmm.
put down. So no, the kingdom itself no longer remembers why the spirits don't want to have anything to do with the royal family at all. So in the new king's mind, he's like, if I have my son get with his daughter, I could potentially get the spirits back on our side. And so that's kind of what's happening at the moment. Like the hero is being very much trying to keep the daughter away, trying to make sure that she doesn't come in contact with them, but things kind of keep falling into a place where he kind of has things just happen and he has no control over it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like she they didn't talk with each other, but while they were in a chapel at one point, they were on opposite ends of the chapel, and she, while hiding, kind of appeared to the prince. Like he saw her, and he was kind of fascinated by her,
Mm-hmm.
but like neither one of them have necessarily like talked directly with each other. So I don't know if I don't know. It seems like maybe the prince might be the one to be a better person and show, maybe if he finds out what his generations did long ago, maybe they might be able to make amends, or I don't know.
Okay.
It's more of the so this is definitely, it's a fantasy. Obviously, we're dealing with magic and demons and heroes and spirits and all this, that, and the other thing. But there's more of like the political, like, intrigue going on behind the scenes kind of situation, more than anything else.
Okay. Interesting. Um. So, do you know what happened between the?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
I
curious.
think this episode that I just watched recently, this last one, I think was the first time that Ellen actually made mention of like, okay, what is going on? And like she just got told, but we as the audience didn't get told yet. And I think the next episode is where they're finally going to like reveal fully. Like I think it was a matter of like they've alluded to certain things, and I think it's a
Mhm.
matter of like some spirits were either killed or hurt and trying to do something that the king ordered as far as that goes.
Okay.
So I feel like there was like loss of life that is what upset the spirit queen at the time
Hmm.
as to the reason why she had such a violent just dislike of him now at this point.
Hmm.
So
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to know what happened. But yeah. The next show we're gonna be talking about is uh. Did you watch this one?
that don't look familiar.
Okay, let me see the English name. Uh, Mangaka's Weirdly Wonderful Workplace. No.
Was that one? I don't think that was one that was mine originally.
Oh no, I think I did an upcoming, but I didn't get to it.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Gnosia. Whoo boy. Gnosia is the full CG show of this season.
Ah, I think I remember us talking about that one now. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it is the Among Us show.
Gotcha.
Um,
Yeah, because this was sourced from video game. Got it. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I am impressed.
Did they do it well?
There's a lot of stuff in there that you can obviously tell is CG,
Mm-hmm.
but then there's a lot of stuff in there that I'm like, is that CG? I'm way out of practice by over a decade. So I don't know the current technologies, but
I don't know, man. Just me looking at the trailer right now.
oh yeah, there's it's like the whole thing looks CG-ish. I, most I would say a good 40% is very obvious,
Mm-hmm.
and then the rest of the 60% like just goes up and down on the scale. There's some stuff that I'm like, I can't tell if that is CG or not.
Just the way they move feels very much that way. I don't know.
I would say that back in the day, um, a lot of the characters would move like action figures.
I feel that just watching the trailer a little bit on this. Like
Yeah.
it definitely has that feeling where they're like, it doesn't flow quite right.
Yes.
It's not
And
it's not bluntly bad. Don't get me wrong. I've
yeah.
definitely seen worse, but I
Yes.
definitely get that looking at it. I'm just like, yeah, it doesn't. If I'm comparing it to other animation that I've seen in the past, and however many years I've seen them at this point, it
Yeah.
definitely doesn't look 100% correct.
Yeah. Um, Part of the way through the show, I forgot that it was CG, and I don't know if that's because of the progression of CG or the lack of the bad parts or the intrigueness of the story. Um, I really like this show, and um, I'm gonna continue it because it reminds me of Higurashi 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's like a clash. It's like a mix between Higurashi and um, I just said it earlier. Among Us.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so basically, um, we follow the main character, which is the dude in the center, and basically he wakes up from cold sleep, and has amnesia, which makes him suspicious immediately because everybody else woke up from cold sleep and they have their memories. Um, and he's thrust into a vote immediately, um, without any information. And basically, one of the characters is kind of like walking him to where he needs to vote and trying to tell him as much information as possible. And I'm like, hold the phone. Why'd y'all wake me up so I could just vote immediately? I'm like, this is, I need some, I need
This
some
is
information.
this is definitely a pretty boy, 100%. Because you
Yeah,
said guy, and I'm looking at him, and I even looked at the trailer again. And I'm like, oh, that's a guy. I would not have thought of that in first glance.
yeah, very androgynous. Um, and
Because
yeah, basic.
everyone else on the ship is female. It looks like.
Yes, yes. The characters I've met so far, everyone's female.
Yeah, all the ones I've
Um,
seen so far.
yeah, and yeah. So basically, they're going through, giving like little snips of what's going on and different things like that, and basically that the the ship's control system is like, is everyone ready to vote? And the person who has been like introducing the character to everything was like, can we basically can we have a recess for a little bit because he just got out of cryo sleep, and she and then she's like, okay, or like, I'll allow it or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it says, but it feels like court. So, um,
Mm-hmm.
but basically, yeah, they're allowed the recess, and basically they go into like the kitchen and elaborate, and then 5 minutes later, the the control system pops back up. It's like, all right, it's time to vote, and I'm like, Jesus. Um, and basically they're voting on which one of the people that are awake right now is the Gnosia. And I'm like,
I'd be like, why did you wake me?
yes,
I could have just. Now I'm part of this. I didn't want to be part of this.
yes. So,
Did you just have an even number and you needed to have an odd vote just so you can make sure? Is like,
tiebreaker.
am I just a tiebreaker out of nowhere?
Yeah. So, yeah, basically everybody feels suspicious, and I'm like, I don't know any of y'all very much at all, and you like, and it's weird because it's like the first person they voted for, I voted for myself because she was a little bit too upset. Like, she was just grumpy and
Mm-hmm.
just a just having a bad time. And I'm like, I don't like her, and they voted her off. And I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. And then the next character, um, basically, yeah, they voted her. They voted for her, and then basically prepared her to go into to cold sleep, and then um, yeah, and then she went into the little pod thing, went into the wall, and they're like, if we voted correctly, the light will turn from red to green. And then she goes up in the pod, and the light's red. It goes out, and then it's back red. And you're like, nope, we voted for the wrong person. All right, we got to do this again. And then I I want to say it's like a couple hours or something like that. I don't think it felt like everything took place within an hour, but I think it was more spread out than that. I don't think they would have just been like next, 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 next. But yeah, it's like a couple minutes later they're going through the same situation where they're like, okay, we got to vote again, and a few different things happened, and it's like you start getting suspicious of everybody else for different reasons, and I was like, okay, I don't think it's the main character because they just woke him up,
Mm-hmm.
and then the person who's been leading him along, she's been giving a lot of background, and she's been giving him a lot of tools to help him, and I'm like, I like her because she's very helpful.
She's the one.
So like, yeah. So I'm like, I'm just gonna blindly trust her because she's nice. And then there's this other character who's like touchy feely and like kind of like Gigi, where she's like always moving around saying something. Like she's teasing the main character too, and I'm like, she's annoying, but I she's like annoying, but I kind of trust her. And then the other character, I know very little about her,
Hmm.
so she's just suspicious because I don't know anything about her. And then they vote her off, and I'm like, okay, cool. Then she goes into the pod, light's red, turns out it's back red. You're like, shit. So it's either the person who I've trusted this whole time, or this touchy feely girl who's like all over the place. And I'm like, one thing that made one of the characters very suspicious is when I basically like, who made the person who's been helping us along this whole time suspicious is as soon as she woke up, she gave him a test question, and her test question was like, "Do you think humanity should be eliminated?" And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Okay, you're in the clear." And then she goes on and starts helping him and everything, but that's stuck in his head. So it was the next vote, and like the other girl's been teasing him the whole time. So and he's been flustered, and I don't know if like because of embarrassment or because he's actually mad, but he ends up voting for the lady who has been helping him this whole time because of that one question that she asked him like either a couple days ago or a couple hours ago, however long the time scale has been.
Hmm.
So just like you said, she's been helping and helping and helping, and then they vote her off, and I'm like, so I'm like, that kind of sucks. But right before she goes into the cryo sleep chamber, she's like, "Can I have a minute with him real quick?" And I'm like, now I'm really suspicious. I'm like, is she just gonna like chop his head off or something? I don't know what Gnosius do, but um, apparently it's very bad for because like you're shutting down this whole. We're on a spaceship going somewhere, and you're shutting down all operations to get rid of the Gnosia. So it has to be bad. So basically, she the other girl's like, okay, that's fine, and she goes off. And then the lady who's been helping him, she basically pulls out this like holographic card thing with this orb in it, and then she's like here, and she says something, and then he like grabs it, and it like goes into his chest and like shatters into some stuff, and I'm like, he's dead. And then she's like, now you have the power of something, and then um, and then the other girl comes back. She's like, "All right, time to go." And then she goes to the chamber, and um, before they close it, she starts trying. Like, I think she starts trying to talk to the main character about something, and the other girl just pushes the button and closes it out of her, and then sends her to the thing. And then it's like, if the light turns green, we got two crew members that can finish whatever mission that we're on. If it turns red, he's trapped with the Gnosia. So I start getting nervous. Um, and she goes into the pod. The light's red. It turns out it's red.
Ah,
And then he turns towards the girl, and she's like, bad end. And does this creepy face, and the episode ends. And I'm like, holy shit.
I feel like in order to come to any sort of conclusion, I mean, both as far as the anime goes and as far as like in his situation goes, I would need more information.
Yes.
I need to be like, okay, why do we fear them? What is going on here? What do I remember prior to this? And it's like, was I literally where was I before this, and why was I woken up for this sort of situation? Um, and like, what do they? Is there some sort of ability that like is going to reset everything to ground zero? Like, or is things going to change, or like? if this is going to be a 12 episode like anime series, like it feels like we just ended the entire thing in one episode. So how is this going to play out? Is it going to be a matter of there is an ability that these aliens have that allows everything to essentially reset itself and replay itself kind of situation, and he's got to almost like oh god, ReZero,
Yeah.
where it's like he's got to figure out what the hell's going on each time, or and then try to figure out a way he can convince everyone else that he knows the reason why this is happening and all this, that, and the other thing. Or is it a situation where it's just the anime itself? Like, are we gonna be like Eon Flux, where it's gonna be like people die, but then by the next episode we're fine and we're doing something else and something's going on, and we just and like it's almost like retcon, like that was just that universe or that multiverse and that died, and now we're here again kind of situation. Like, ha, yeah, I need to be like, how well is this gonna get? Because they have potential. There is a potential there, and it feels like so far they haven't dropped the ball on the execution, but they can drop the ball
Yes.
on the execution very easily.
Yes.
So,
So the outro explained a lot of the points that you were bringing up.
okay.
Um, so
The
when it
outro?
yes, so it did the outro, and
Mm-hmm.
it's an interesting reason why they did that, and I like how they did that because it doesn't spoil anything. It just tells you how things work. So basically, in the outro, the main character wakes up again, and the same four people are there.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So
then it
we've
kind of
reset.
like yes. So then it kind of goes through each of the characters, and it shows them in normal mode, and it shows them in Gnosia mode.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, so we just re-roll in a different person's Gnosia. So I'm like,
Yeah, but
okay, so
that's fine, but then I need to know why. Like, there has to be a good enough, compelling reason, like, how this actually works, where the Gnosia could then be any single one of them, or any, like, multiple one of them. I mean, however it's going to be.
yeah,
Like, there needs to be a compelling reason that this works this way.
yes. So that part I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Um, but I know that basically the main character has the re-zero reset powers now because of what that I want to call her the captain, but like because of what she gave him, the
Okay.
little crystal things that exploded or something like that. She gave him the power to reset. I think
Okay.
it hasn't been confirmed, but I'm assuming that because we're following him and we reset and he was given power
Mm-hmm.
something. Um, then after it starts showing all of the characters in their Gnosia, like regular and Gnosia modes, then it starts showing brand new characters.
See, but okay, it that still doesn't quite explain, because even if that was the case, let's assume that's the case,
Mhm.
then wouldn't it just be a case of he can just go, she's did it, it's her, get her the fuck out of here? But the fact that you said each one of them looks like they could be the Gnosia, how? Like, how is
So,
it? How you? Okay, so what I'm gonna say from this is the day after tomorrow, the movie
mhm.
with shoot, what's his name? Mission Impossible, dude.
Oh
Basic,
yeah, yeah. Live Die Repeat. The
yeah,
movie with the movie with like 18 names.
yeah.
Yeah.
That to me, it sounds very similar in a
Mm-hmm.
certain sense to this.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is like he learned each time what he needed to do, and it was a matter of, can he physically do what he needs to do? Can he
Mm-hmm.
learn from each mistake? Because each time you change something, you get about a different outcome. So now it's a matter of continuing to redo the outcome until you get the one that you're wanting when people
Yeah.
actually live, kind of situation.
Yes.
And it's like, is it going to be a situation like that where it's just going to be like reset? But then it's a matter of, if that's the case, why can't he just go, she's it? It's like, if there's multiple, if they could be any one of them, how is it that the universe, if he keeps getting reset, how do they keep changing?
Yes, that's the part that they haven't explained yet, and I'm not sure if they're gonna explain it anytime soon. But
And I'm fine with that, as long
yeah,
as the reasoning behind it makes sense.
yes,
Like, it's compelling enough, it's interesting enough, and it actually makes sense in the universe that they are building and creating.
yes. So I like the way that the intro kind of teases the story
Mm-hmm.
because it doesn't tell you the very important part. It's like, why is all this happening? Why is the Gnosia changing people?
Mm-hmm.
And then who are these new people? Because
Mm-hmm.
like especially after episode one, when it shows the intro like that, where you see the person, because it's basically how she said bad. Like the first person who was the Gnosia said bad ending. It was like she was normal, and then her eyes turned black, and she's like bad end, and you're like okay, she was like that, and then basically it was the next character, bad inversion. Next character, bad inversion. Next character, bad inversion. And you're like, oh, okay. So when we reset, the Gnosia could change people. And you're like, okay, cool. But that only gives us 5 episodes. And then they start showing new characters. And I'm like, okay. So it could be,
See, that's what I'm like. I need more information on what the Gnosia actually are. Why do they
yeah,
exist? If they are they literally taking over the person and just making them alien? Is it a separate entity of like a parasite almost? Or is it like literally they're wearing their skin or their form of the person that they kill kind of situation? Like,
yeah,
could there be a way to find a body that you're just like, or do they literally assimilate somebody and just
mm-hmm,
take over them mind, body, and soul kind of situation?
yeah,
Like, I don't know.
yeah. So,
If we're referring to, and what we usually do when it comes to, or at least I normally do when it comes to animes, and being like, what would I personally do if I was in the main character's pants, and like, what would be my decision?
mm-hmm,
Like, I don't know. If it came down to something like that, I'd be like, y'all need to chill with that clock and telling me I need to vote on something, and you need to
yeah,
tell me some information
yes,
now, so I have a better grasp on what the hell I'm even talking about.
yeah. I'm wondering I'm wondering if like that would make you suspicious. And you get they're like, no, we're not stopping. They all vote for you, and you're out because you're holding up the process.
Well, then it's like, why even wake me to begin with? Like, that would have been my
Yeah,
first. That would have been almost my first thing.
yeah,
Like, why wake me to begin with? Why am I here?
yeah,
Like, was I a passenger on this ship before this?
mm-hmm.
Or was am I is this even a passenger ship? Is this, are we on, if we're on a mission, do I know what this mission is? Is it that important, or was I just literally put on here? Am I a stowaway? Like, I, I need a lot of more information to
yeah,
be able to make these decisions. And then someone shoving a, I mean, I'd almost get the reverse effect, and be like, if I started asking these questions and they'd be like, you just need to vote, I'd be like, I'm voting for you then. If you want me to
yeah,
vote, I'm immediately, you're pissing me off because you keep insisting on it. I'm voting for you because I need more information. So either you tell me what I need to know, or I'm just gonna vote for you and screw you.
yeah. I feel like that's what happened to that lady that was grumpy. Everybody's like, "You're annoying. Get out of here. Go to sleep." Um,
Well, it's
but
not a, see, like, and then again, it's like, this vote. Are we putting people? So you're saying we're putting people to sleep, right?
yes, yes,
Okay, then why don't we all just go to sleep? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, I have so many questions about this.
yeah,
And it's like, if we're not killing them, if we're only putting them to sleep, is there any reason why the ship can't just, like, where is this mission? Where are we going? Are there people there when we get there? If so, everyone just goes to sleep, and we just leave a note telling them what's happening, and they can scan us by the time we get wherever we're going and tell us exactly who this monster is.
One of these people in here is a monster, just to let you know. Don't
Just
wake
to let you
anybody up.
know, so you keep all of us asleep until you figure out which one of it is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's already plot holes inside of this, but I'm like,
Yeah. So, the the reason why I have high hopes for this show is because it's playing out much quicker, but just like how Higurashi did.
well, I mean, we're essentially playing a who done it situation. It's
Yeah,
essentially a sleuth detective anime.
yeah, and it's taking the same like format that Higurashi did, where it's like it's a 4 episode isolated story where there's weirdness going on, and some one character goes crazy,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's a reset, and then the next episode everybody's alive, just like you said with Eon Flux. Everybody's alive. We're going through the same story ish, and different people are acting weird, and then somebody else freaks out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same structure where it's like it's like these are the new pieces, and the story's gonna play out this way, and from what happens, different people get voted off, and it's like okay, cool, wipe that, and here's the new setup. And each time we go through the story, we get a little bit more on the background and what's actually happening, and you'll get spoon fed the details, and ultimately at the end, you'll know exactly what's going on, and hopefully it's interesting enough to where the last scenario has the highest stakes and you're the most invested.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm hoping for.
No, I mean that's to me. Like I said, so long as they give us a compelling enough reason behind all this.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, you can piecemeal it to me. You don't have to give me all the. Well, strike that. If I was there, y'all better be giving me all the goddamn information. If I was there, as a watcher viewing this from the outside looking in, I'm gonna be frustrated because again, I often look at a lot of these animes as in the viewpoint of myself, going, "What would I do given if I was there?" But I'm okay with it being like we're gonna keep kind of plugging along, and you're gonna keep kind of seeing little bits and pieces until the whole picture gets out. That's fine, but
Mm.
at the end of it, your reasoning behind why he wasn't given all the details right from the get go, why he was woken up the way he was, why we're here and what it is that we're doing, who these beings are, why we're so concerned about them, and just why we're doing what it is that we're doing better be compelling enough and make enough sense to where I'm the payoff at the end better be the greatest thing in the world.
Mm. I agree. Um, but
That
yeah,
just concerns me just immensely.
yeah. It's like we there's this show has so much variety on it. It's I love the premise and I love the setup. Um, whether like just like every other show this season, will it execute properly is the
Mm-hmm.
question. So yeah, I will let you know. All right, the next show we're gonna be talking about is do you watch Warrior Princess and the Barbaric King?
Nope, that was one of the ones that was delayed.
Delayed. That's right. All right. Next is I can't.
That one was also delayed.
That's right. Back to back.
Yep.
All right. This one.
I think this one is you.
Okay, let me get the English name.
Ah, I know of this one because I have also seen clips of this one as well.
Okay.
But I have not seen this one. No.
Okay, cool. I have not. I never got to this one. I
Oh, okay.
wanted to watch it. I don't know why I didn't see it on. If I would have saw that dude with the orange hair, then I would have watched it. Okay, cool.
I've seen clips of it, but yeah, I haven't watched it myself.
Cool, cool, cool. Alright. The next show we're going to talk about is Mechanical Mighty.
Yes.
So, I think this show is okay.
Eh, I'll be honest. When I read the synopsis for this one, I felt that that was going to be the case for this.
Yeah. Um, it it feels weird. Like I feel like they're doing too many things at once. Um, kind of like how I run my life, and it's not doing any of them well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so this show has three plots going on all at the same time.
Oh, good lord.
Um, you have the orange haired guy who is the current heir to the family business. It's like family business sounds too small. It's like
Family Empire.
yes, there we go, exactly. So the heir to the family empire, and everyone doesn't think he deserves it, and I think it's maybe because he's not directly blood related or something. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But he is um, fighting tooth and nail to maintain his position
Mm-hmm.
and not lose to everyone else. Um, I have a problem with the people who work for him. So because of that because so many people want what he has a lot of attempts on his life. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and the people who work for him are not doing what I think that they should do. I think he needs to hire some actual bodyguards because they're doing stuff that's really dumb. So, um, at one point, a clock explodes in his office, and no one gets hurt, but they try to track down what happens, and he's like, "Oh, I remember that maid took the clock, changed the clocks out. Go get her." And then they haul her off somewhere, and I'm like, "Wait." And as they're like hauling her off, she's like, "Someone told me to change the clocks out. I didn't know what I was doing." And I'm like, "All right, so att- attempts on his life are a daily occurrence, so everybody should be on alert. Why in the world would you just take some random clock and swap them out and not know the reasons why you're swapping out the clock?" I'm like, that's dumb. And then like his aide, I guess, the guy, this dude, is he brings in like a bouquet of flowers, and he's like, "Hey, we got a delivery," and he's like sniffing the flowers, and then like a knife comes jutting out of the flowers, and he's like, "Whoa!" And I'm like, "The hell? Did that not go through a metal detector or something?"
I was just about to say. So basically, yeah, no, you're 100% correct. They should. Every person he has hired to quote unquote protect him needs to be fired.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay. And then, um, later on in the episode, like, see, the right after that, he basically berates his driver for being like 0.0098 seconds late. And I'm like, basically, you mean he's on time?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no
so
kidding.
yeah, so he just yells at this dude for no reason, and then later on in the episode, a car pulls up too early, and he just gets in, and he's like, "Well, at least he's not late," and just gets in, and he gets kidnapped. And I'm like, "What the fuck? What the hell?"
So he's
Yeah,
incompetent too. Got it.
yeah. Oh my god. And I'm like, okay. So this whole like trying not to get killed with all these attempts on his life. He has the dumbest people working for him. That part is it's like it's annoying
Yeah,
because
I
everybody's
was I
incompetent.
was figuring you were about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. So then you have like a half subplot of um the guy doesn't you know what, it makes sense now that I've seen the full episode. I understand the way he feels. He doesn't trust people, so
He
he
shouldn't
only
trust himself.
um so he only trusts robots. So hence why he hired the maid to be his bodyguard. Um, it
So again, he shouldn't trust himself because he thought he hired a robot maid
yes,
and yet never took the opportunity to figure out if she was actually truly a human or a robot?
he got really close to like really checking it out, but he did like a surface level checking, like staring at her face a couple times. Like at one point he like was stressed out. And I'm like, I totally understand. And he wanted to like rest his head on her lap, and like when he did that, he's like, "Man, your legs are hard." I'm like, "Yep, you're definitely a robot." And she's like, "Nah, I'm just buff."
I'd be like, Pincher,
Yeah,
like just do something that you would get a reaction out of a human and not a robot. I mean, unless you were gonna say, because if you pinched her, she yelps, and you're like, well, you're not a robot. And you're like, well, no, I've just been programmed to do that. It'd be like, if you fall for that, that's your own fucking fault. You're a, but you know, I can see him doing that considering everything else he's done. But I'm like, you're a dumbass.
yeah. So it's like him believing that she's a robot, and it's like it's one of those things where it's like her character is built as um she has a she has a extremely stoic face that creeps people out
Mm-hmm.
because it doesn't seem like lively. So she's the perfect person to try to fool someone that she's a robot because she doesn't have facial expressions.
Mm-hmm.
And she just happened to find someone who's like half gullible, and he like falls for it hook, line, and sinker. Um, there are other things that I've seen in the trailer where like she like has weapons and stuff like shooting out of her and all that kind of stuff, and we haven't gotten to that part in episode one. Um,
So you continue. You're planning on continuing to watch this one.
I am so this one I'm actually on the fence. Um, these people are incompetent, but it's interesting at least a little bit. I'm like I, I'm like, how close is he gonna get to finding out?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, episode one, not even close. Um, episode two, I'm like, is she? Where's she gonna slip up? Like,
Mm-hmm.
um, so I'm just I'm curious about that. Um, and then the third part of this story is she's falling for him immediately with no reason.
See, this is one of the things I was talking about. I think I messaged you before about the fact that
Yes.
I feel like animes are just we're just going. We're just going.
Yeah.
We're just going. We're not caring about like I feel like is it a matter of time constraints that we feel like we don't have enough time to develop out these characters or these plot points appropriately, or is it because of how often it seems to be happening? Is this just now the mindset that we have going forward, that like we the creators themselves don't feel like the viewers have a long enough attention span to be able to handle elongating and actually giving proper looks at things like this?
Yeah.
Like, what's the reasoning here? I'd really like to know what it is that people are like. How is this decided, and what is their reasoning behind it?
Yeah. So within first episode 1, I don't know if she is falling for him because she's just falling for him, or do they have a past that he just doesn't remember her or something? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But so it she was kind of like a little like um I don't know, she was like a little falling for him a little bit at the beginning, but then after he gets kidnapped and she her and the his aide like um come to rescue him,
Mm-hmm.
um what was it? A fire breaks out in the basement and they're both trapped and like the stairs just disintegrate. Like the stairs disintegrate and so fast that I'm like, were they made out of like paper? Like what the
They get Thanos to snapped basically.
Oh my god, they do. Like it's um he gets rescued and then all of a sudden there's gas on the floor and something falls and then all of a sudden like there's a fire and then you look at the stairs and they go I'm just like okay, I guess they can't go up the stairs anymore.
Good lord.
and and then they look and there's like those really hot, really tall windows and like they're double her height, so she's not getting out unless he lets her out. And she basically convinces him to climb out because one she wants to sacrifice herself for her man, and then two she like
This is
she
all episode one.
yeah like
Oh my
basic
god, yeah.
it's like it's like a few attempts on his life which led to a kidnapping and she almost gets discovered a bunch of times and and then in the process she falls for him and I'm like I don't know where that happened but
No.
fine about it fine um so basically she basically lifts him up and then he climbs out and then he and like basically she was like um she's like I'm a robot, the fire's not gonna hurt me, you just go out, get like call for help and then find my body among the rubble because I'm made out of metal and I'll still be here. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. And he's like, okay, that's convincing enough. So then he
That
climbs
makes
out.
perfect logical sense to me.
Yeah, he and then she's like, I'll reboot and then we'll be back. And then so yeah, he climbs out, he gets help. And then she wakes up uh in the hospital or at their house. I don't remember when she wakes up. But he was like, "Oh my god, it took you so long to reboot." And I was like, "Oh, you took her for serious?"
What?
No.
Oh my god. I mean, I don't know if it's just idiotic or gullible or just some combination of the two. Just god
I
dang.
think I think he's full on gullible because she's a robot.
His naivete. I mean, just I don't know. That's
Yeah.
I'm like, I would have so many questions. Like, did you pick her up? Did you? How did you find her? Was she like? Did you not see burns on her? Did she manage to avoid the fire? Like, if you picked her up, did she not seem overly light for a metal robot? How did you manage to pick her up?
And they kind of explain that because I think it's because she did combat sports, so she's just like really built and dense, I guess. So any like
Even
interaction.
still, like, can you imagine a full metal component person? I mean, in comparison, I don't care how much you got to be fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger muscle for that to be that dense and for me to go, you're made of metal. God.
Yeah. So Um,
The suspension of disbelief in this one is incredibly high.
yeah, it's more. I don't suspend my belief enough to
I,
believe
I don't
to.
think there's enough drugs to suspend your disbelief enough. I don't think there is enough liquor, drugs in the world for me to suspend my disbelief enough to be able to go, that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
so it's like I don't suspend my belief enough to not think that he's delusional. I
He
suspend my
said La
belief.
La Land.
Yeah, I
God damn.
suspend I suspend my belief enough to follow what everybody's doing to see where it goes. Because I'm like, everyone here is
I,
like
I
in.
swear to I swear to God, it is gonna end with him still thinking she's a robot. That's where it's gonna end. They're gonna go through some fucked up like she is basically gonna be beating him over the head with the fact that she is human. Do you know what this is? This is when you with you in the rain with the Tanuki saying he's a dog.
Oh yeah.
That's what this is. This is what this is. No, I'm a dog. I'm a dog. See this? See this here? It says dog. I'm a dog. Everyone's like, you're not. Okay, yeah, you're a dog. Okay. That's exactly what this is.
Yeah. So his aide is like in on it. I don't know if anybody else is. Um,
They better be Truman showing him at this point. Jesus Christ.
because his aide is like, if he finds out that you're human, he's gonna kill both of us. So he's hoping that she doesn't mess things up either. Um, but yeah, it's. I'm not gonna say it's an interesting show. It is a.
It's a show.
It's a. It's a. It's a show with a strange execution. It's not really a bad execution. It's just strange.
It seems pretty bad to me.
Yeah, it's
if you
strange.
if you have that many plot holes in your storyline that it looks like a freaking sieve from a colander, I'm like, that's you no, just no. Just give it up at that point.
But yeah, I think I think a couple of things that are still in my head are the from the trailer, like how she's like shooting missiles and stuff like that. I'm like, show me what y'all excuses for this,
She pay,
because
she pays a doctor off to do some rather interesting experiments with her. See, maybe that's the ending. Maybe that's what they're gearing up towards. Like she's gonna start doing cybernetic enhancements or something like that, and by the end of it, she actually is going to be full robotic.
interesting. There was some concept art in the at the end of the outro that I'm thinking maybe come from the manga or something like that, and it kind of
Hmm.
looks like that. So I'm
One of two things: either she's gonna go actually full robotic and become a whole cyborg essentially,
yeah,
or by plot armor, she is literally going to continue to be a robotic maid, and no one is going to be the wiser other than her and an assistant.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, yeah, it's a show.
it's a show that it is.
Yeah. Alright. The next show we're gonna be talking about is With You Our Love Will Make It Through.
Ha! How did this one go?
Very interesting. It's funny that you said experiments. Um, so
So what is
I
this
guess
world like?
yeah. So the backstory for this world is that um,
Beast people exist, I guess.
yes, beast people exist because someone did some experiments, and that's all the information I know about it. That's the only information I know about why they exist.
So, I mean, I'm throwing it out here. Does that mean is there an abundance of them? Is there only a few of them?
So there are 300 beastmen in the area.
Oh, just in the area.
I I I think in the area because basically there's like Beastman Town. Like there's this area of the city where all the Beastmen live, and it's walled off, and they're
Mm-hmm.
not allowed out.
Oh.
My question is, when whoever did the experiments, did they do 300 experiments, or did they do some experiments and the Beastmen breed it up to 300?
That's a good question.
So they've only explained it by saying the Beastmen are here because someone did some experiments, and I'm like, that's the weakest explanation that I've heard across all of these shows so far.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah. So I was
Basically,
like,
why we have this is because we said so.
exactly. So I was like, fine. You get one because this show is gorgeous,
Uh-huh.
and
You
I
you give the pass to so many freaking animes because of that. I swear to God.
um,
You will fall for any just good looking anime out there, whether or not it has even a remotely good or decent plot. I swear.
man, give me one sentence, and I'm like, sure, whatever.
Sure,
um,
whatever. Get back to showing me all these fun things.
yeah.
I just want to look at them. That's all I care about.
I don't care why it's here. I just want to see it.
Y'all could be sounding like the teacher from the Charlie Brown freaking cartoons, and I wouldn't care. Just look
Yeah.
pretty. Just look pretty.
So, basically, the story is one of the Beastmen got clearance to go to a high school with the humans.
Mm-hmm.
His goal is to get an education and become a doctor so then he can go back home and open up a clinic to help his people because there are no one wants to help the Beastmen.
Mm-hmm.
There's a huge prejudice against the Beastmen. Um,
Sorry, I'm listening to you at the same time. I was just to review myself. I'm just kind of looking over things on it and everything, and I just got
uh,
to the very last line of what the synopsis said, where it's like, in fact, the more she gets to know him, the more she finds herself drawn to him, his steadfastness, his kind-heartedness, and his body. All right, I know where this is going. All right, sure.
so,
He's like, is this
um,
just someone's fantasy that we're just living out here? Is that what's going on here?
um,
Someone given full reign to do something, they're just like, I know exactly what I want to do. Good lord.
um, so yeah, so that's basically like the groundwork of the show.
Mm-hmm.
You open up on the main character, the girl, and she is running late for school. I can't remember the reason why. She
It's
gets
it's she's running late school because it's anime. That's the reason why.
true, true.
The only thing she needed was a piece of toast in her mouth. That's all she needed.
So yeah, she gets up to the school. The gates closed, and and she's like, "Okay, cool. I'm gonna hop the fence." She notices someone standing next to the tree. She can't see their face, and she basically hops up on top of the wall and like reaches out for him,
Mm-hmm.
and um, this giant beast of a man like leaps to the top of the wall, um, scares the crap out of her because she thought it was just a dude, and hops off the wall and like lands on the ground, and then he's like, "Are you coming?" And she's just stunned, and he's like, "Oh, can you not get down?" And then he just grabs her and places her on the ground, and she's still stunned. Um,
See, now, is she stunned because she's scared, or is she stunned for a completely different reason?
Both.
Ah, gotcha.
Because I don't think she's seen a Beastman in person, because like she's heard of them,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think she's seen him in person. And he's also not too scary, so uh, she's a little confused. So she
I
goes to
swear,
class.
my first statement is very apt about this, where it's like, somebody had a fantasy about somewhere along the line. They're like, say they got the green light from the producers going, "Hey, I don't care what you make, just make something." And they're like, "I got the perfect thing. Let's do it." Cause
uh,
goddamn.
yeah. So yeah. So she goes to class, and she kind of starts talking with her friends about what happened, and then of course the teacher walks in and he's like, "Hey, we got a new student," and um, and there's
Lover
a
boys here.
yeah, and there's an open seat next to the main character. You go sit over there.
Of course.
Yep. So play it out just like stereotypical anime. Um, and basically, she is trying to pay attention in class and trying not to stare at him all day. Um,
But
and,
failing miserably.
yeah, and during and it's one of those things where it's like she doesn't know what's going on in her head. She's just like, I'm so confused right now, and she's like,
The wild side's coming
he's
out.
he, it's like, and she's like,
Oh, somebody saw
because
Twilight. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, and he's like, he's
Oh, good
so
lord.
tall,
Mm-hmm.
and he's not scary, and she's she's like, I don't know what this teacher's saying. I can't pay attention. But during the break, um, people are like obviously interested in like asking him a bunch of questions because this is their first time, most likely their first time seeing a Beastman.
Mm-hmm.
So this idiot goes up to him and is like, he's like, "Are you half dog?" He's like, "Can you understand what dogs are saying?" And then someone else is like, "Dude, that's rude." And he's like, "No, I've never seen a dog, so the next time I see one, I'll try to speak to it, and then I'll let you know if I can understand it." And then he goes back to studying. And I'm like,
Yeah,
class,
no.
classy
Bravo.
answer.
Bravo.
I was like, wow, I was not expecting that answer. Um, so then it puts it in my head, or it's like they've been really, really isolated. I'm like, he is probably the first beastmen to like interact with humans. So I'm like, there's gonna be a lot of weird interactions between them, and I'm like, for him to never have seen a dog, and I'm like, that's really really interesting. So I'm like, now my head is popping up with different questions. I'm like, what are they actually gonna like? What subjects are they gonna approach in this show? Um, so trying to think, where does it go from there?
See, I mean, again, coming from my perspective as a person more interested in like characterization and plot point and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
I would be more like, it's like, okay, I mean, and then it's the first episode, so I'm sure they're gonna
Mm-hmm.
go into more of it as far as it goes. But it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, you said that the Beast People are here because there was an experiment that someone
Mm-hmm.
did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, granted. But now there's 300 of them living in their own sectioned off part of the city. Why? Like, why wasn't, if these people were experimented on and had no other choice but to become what it is that they've become, why are we treating them like garbage? Why are we treating them like evil entities? Like they're victims essentially. So why do we treat them else anything else other than that? Is there some sort of prejudice that we're instigating here? What is this world that has been created, and why does it exist in the way that it does? Like, give me give me reasoning, give me examples, give
Mm-hmm.
me, give me something that could at least let me know that, like, see, I guess in my opinion, when it comes to situations like that where it's abnormal or different than what you would normally expect, or something's different in that regards, my whole thing is I feel like the best ones oftentimes, within the first episode, you honestly have to give us, maybe not like everything, but you have to give us enough to where we as the viewers are like caught up to speed to a certain extent.
Yes.
Where we're like, okay, I may not know the entire reasoning or the entire examples and everything about this, but at least I know why we are here. I understand why this exists and why it exists in the way that it does, because blah,
Yeah.
you know, was the person who did the experiments a prominent person, and that's the reason why he was, you know, put out, like, he was thought of negatively, but maybe his creations were just abhorrent, or, like you said, was there only a few of them that were done and they became numerous through years and years and decades afterwards because of, you know breeding essentially? Like, give me something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, I may not want to know everything, but at least if I have something in it to start me off,
Mm-hmm.
rather than just going, it was an experiment. Well, great, it was an experiment. That doesn't tell me everything.
Yeah.
You know, I want to know. I want to know, like, why was it an experiment? Whose idea was it? Why did they come up with it? What was their reasoning behind it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and why they're treated like second class citizens? Like, obviously the kids at this school don't see them in that regards. Like, obviously they're just happy and excited to see them here. So it's not, to me, like there's animosity in that regards. Like, there's no real fear in that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, why would he even be there to begin with if you're afraid that their wild side or their animalistic side is going to take over? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just weird in that regards to me. It's like, I don't. eh. In the first episode, there should have been something to at least divulge more into that, but it seems like they were more concerned about giving our main girl hit her time to figure out that she's in love at first sight with this beast guy.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it kind of goes to what you were saying before about that other one, where it's like you have too many plots going on.
Yeah. 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 I get that. So not everybody's like curious and friendly with
Okay.
the Beastmen. Um, After their whole, like, I guess once it's gym period, um, the you start noticing that like there are some people who are like prejudiced against them. So basically, he is with basketball and volleyball and a bunch of other stuff going on, and of course he's like they pass it to him and he like jumps over people and slams it, and like whoever's team he's on is going to win, and the other team, or at least a few people on the other side, are going to be bitter about it because they're because they're prejudiced against them. Um, so
See, but is it prejudice against him because he's physically superior, or is it prejudice because there's something else going on that gives you that like fear of who and what he is?
I want to say a mixture of both. It's like they already didn't like him, and then he destroyed them in basketball, which makes them want to retaliate.
See, but like to me, that's now it's like we're just being like the one on the one hand, the one response would be more understandable and would make it seem like the world has stakes and that there's something else going on that you can grasp a hold of. The
Hmm.
other just seems petty.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
and
just
it's
like, yeah, of course he's going to be more physically capable and everything because of what he was and what he is. So it's like either get tricky and figure out what you can do that will overcome the difference in your physicalities, or just understand that you're just not going to be good enough.
yeah. Um, and it's like, oh, and once you said that, it reminded me of something that one of the other characters said at the end of the basketball game. Is once he scored a few points, they're like, "Hey, you should join the basketball team," and he's like, "Oh no, sorry, like beast men are not allowed to join sports." So
Mm.
there's this societal thing going on that's already been established that we haven't been like fully explained, and it's like slowly getting sprinkled out throughout the story so far. Um,
Which is good, but again, like my whole thought process is like, how can you have him here interacting with children at a school without their like we would need to I feel like there should have been a build up to that. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
we should have seen him in his natural environment, like in the city that was walled off, and
Mm,
see what he was having to go through in order to make this happen.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because there
Because
was death.
otherwise it just feels like it's just shoehorned in there.
Yeah, it's like there was obviously an onboarding process, and he was like given the rundown,
Mm-hmm.
and we're not privy to any of that information. He just kind of sprinkles it out when someone asks a question.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, so because they lost the game and they're a bit spiteful, when they're putting up all the equipment and stuff like that, the girl just happens to be putting up stuff too at the same time as the guy, and um, two of the people who lost, like lock both of them um, in the sports
Storage
cat.
closet for
Yeah, the
the
store.
gym.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Um, and I'm trying to figure out what happened earlier before this because this like what happens next is like a continuation of something that happened before. So I'm thinking the basketball game was like on the next day at school, but the first day at school there was this moment where like let's see. Mm, he ended up having to go to her house because they got wet somehow. Let's just say they were walking home. They got rained on, and then he ended up going to her house, and like the
So they're pushing. They're gonna push hard for this romance situation going on
yeah
here, aren't? Okay, okay,
yeah they're pushing
okay.
real hard,
Gotcha.
and she doesn't know yet. She's like confused. So um, so yeah, so basically they go to her house
For
so he can
anyone later
like
watching this, take a drink every time he says she's confused. You're gonna be drunk by the time you're done watching at least this one part here.
um, so what was it? Yeah, so basically she brings him to the house so he can like dry his clothes and stuff like that. And I love the mom's reaction because her daughter comes home and she's like, "Oh, hey, daughter," and then she walks into the foyer and her daughter is there with this like 7 foot tall beastman, and and then she's like, he needs to change the clothes or something. And she like still doesn't really answer right away, and until he's like, no, I knew this was gonna be a bad idea. And she's like, no. I can't have you going home like wet. You might catch a cold or something like that. And then she like finally like kicks in and like, um, lets him like go dry off and stuff like that.
Was her reaction of fear or was her reaction of something else?
I think it was just stunned disbelief with a mix of fear because that was probably the first time she's ever met. She's probably heard of them,
Mm-hmm.
and she knows the situation that like the whole like city knows about that the kids kind of don't know about. And then
See,
once he's
see,
like,
there again, I think that with how off the wall and crazy it is to have a beast person here attending the school, and then like you said, I'm sure there was a lot of like procedures and loop and things he had to go through in that regards. I think the biggest thing that probably would have been done is just a general announcement to the entire school and letters sent out to the parents going, "Hey, there's a beast person who's going to be attending the school."
I I think they did that.
Oh, did
Instead
they?
of just
Okay.
yeah. I think I and of course it's like announced like right before it happens.
See, I think that would have been like weeks prior to that.
Yeah. So
So that
they
way, if a parent had any objections of a beast person being in their school with their children, they would say something.
yeah. It's like I kind of feel like they may have like done that and like the like for her she's like oh it's actually real like for for her to like be like have that stunned like reaction and then he's like I knew this was a bad idea and like leaves like it kind of clicked to her that like oh no he's just a dude and I need to like be the responsible adult and like
See,
help
but
him.
was that because she had been forewarned about something like this was going to happen, or was it just because she herself is a decent enough person to go, oh, he's not anything to be afraid of. He's actually just a normal dude who I should be helpful to and actually give them him my aid.
As a viewer I want to say that she's just a decent person um as far as like the logistics of the show and when they did the announcements and everything like that you only hear the announcement when they talk about it like when they make the announcement at the school
Mm-hmm.
and that's on his first day so you they I feel like they did the prep that they needed to do or else people would have been like running and screaming there's a beast man here
Yeah.
um but
See, but like because it's confusing. I mean, again, I haven't watched it myself, so I'm only
mm,
going based upon what you said. So
yeah
maybe it's different in the actual viewing of it and everything.
yeah
But I feel like there's so much that they're leaving. Like, I get not giving us all the information, but at the same time, there's so much that's being left unsaid
yeah
that it's hard to judge the reactions as they come as being genuine or if it's just being moving the story along.
yeah
Like they had to move the story along in this way, so they're just like, "Oh, let's just have this happen." And it's like, "No, would that make sense as the characters themselves and the world that you have created to do that
mm,
in this way?"
mm. Yeah it's interesting yeah so he basically like goes to take a shower and like the the girl kind of like wants to get in to like get his clothes start washing or drying or something like that um and
I already see where
and
this is going.
yeah and um she's like I guess she's like I need your shirt and he's like immediately starts taking it off and she's like no and like runs out and he's like here's the shirt and she's like no is it okay if I come in here he's like here's the shirt and then she like grabs it and just starts checking him out and then puts the puts some of the washer and then like she can't reach the laundry detergent so of course he like reaches over her to get it and she's like he's soft and like all these details and stuff like that and um,
Oh my god!
so then she starts
Damn,
to
girl,
wash.
down bad. Jesus Christ.
So then she like puts the stuff in the washer, starts the washer, and I can't remember how it happens, but like somehow they turn towards each other, and his nose hits her lips, and then they both back up startled, and I'm like, did they just
Oh,
kiss?
it's a doggy kiss.
I
Oh.
was like,
Oh.
and I was like, wait, does that?
Just,
I was,
wow. Just
and I
wow.
and I was like, was that a kiss? so,
Oh.
so both of them, of course, are like confused. Like they're like trying to figure out what that was throughout the night, and then cut to after the basketball game. They both get locked into the sports room, and um, what was it? Um, when they slam, no, that's what it is. Before they lock it, they knock over a bunch of stuff in the room and then lock it. And of course, the dude jumps in the way, blocks the stuff from falling on her. And
Yeah, I
then
figures.
they kind of cut away to like how it's locked up. And then when they cut back in, he's like asking her if she's okay, and she's like, "Your hand's bleeding" and stuff like that. Um, and then she bandages it. Oh, kind of. Oh, she like wraps her handkerchief around his hand, and he's like, "Is it all right if I redo this?" And she's like, "Sure." And then he like actually like bandages up nice tight so it doesn't like bleed out. And then he and she's like, "Oh, how do you know how to do that?" And then he explains why, like his whole situation is why he's going to the school to get an education to be a doctor so he can go back home. Um, and then um, something else happens, and like it reminds him of like what happened before with the whole doggy kiss, and um, it like short circuits his brain a little bit to where he tries to ask her something, but then all of a sudden he can't control himself, and like he starts being aggressive with her, and she's like, "Hey, hey, hey, calm down." And then he starts getting really aggressive, and then the episode ends.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm like, we as viewers need to understand and know to what extent in this world are things different. We obviously know there are beast people in this world, but to what extent are they beast people? Like, what are the rules that they are? Are they full on beast people where they're actually like have an animalistic side in that regards? Or is it just they look like the animals that they are in? Like how far down the spectrum are we going here?
Mm-hmm.
Like what is it that differentiates them? What is it that's what are the rules? Like if you've made this world, like it would be one thing. Okay, let's put it this way. It would be one thing if we were in the moment of the experimentation where they just now changed. Now nobody knows the rules. Nobody knows to what extent they're animalistic. Nobody knows to what how this affects them at all. But
Mm-hmm.
obviously this has gone on for some time.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are beast people. So we as a viewers are jumping into this world with knowing nothing, and now they're giving no explanation and just going, "Yeah, there's beast people here. They were experimented on. Have fun." It's like, okay, what else is going? Well, like, how? Why? What else is going on? Like, I mean, if you do it right, it shouldn't feel like just getting data dumped on. It should feel
Mm-hmm.
like it's progressing, and
Mm-hmm.
in the minute details, we don't necessarily need to know, but the broad strokes those we kind of need to know. What is it
Mm.
that's causing this? What is the difference between it? Why? How far down do we go? Is it because they potentially have the chance of losing control? Is the reason why they're locked up like that? Why they're separated like that from the rest of
Mm.
humanity? Is
Mm.
that why?
Yeah, it's all remain to be explained. But
Yeah. I, again, this is my fearfulness is how we've said so far for this season. It's like, are they gonna execute it well enough?
um, but yeah, I'm very eager to find out the answer to those questions because um
So does when you intend on continuing?
oh yeah, like one, it's a
It's pretty.
gorgeous. Yes.
I knew that was gonna be your number one. I was like, well, it's pretty.
First and foremost, it is a gorgeous show. And then two, there's a lot of mystery that I want the answers to.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
it's yeah, and it's like over the last couple of years have been interesting beasts men shows, um, and there's always been the possibility of them like losing control.
Mm-hmm.
This one is interesting because it's such a school romance. It doesn't have like a supernatural or like this
Otherworldly.
yeah, this like otherworldly sense about it. Um so and it's very very grounded. So I'm really curious like where it's going to go.
Mm, fair enough.
Yeah. So the next show we're going to be talking about is uh, let's see. Oh, let's play.
Ah, another one of yours. The romance on this one is just this season's just nonstop.
Yeah, I think I think every show I watch had an element of romance in it. Um, so, uh, I basically told the whole story last time.
So
So
we really haven't down we the synopsis was like word for word what the beginning of the first episode was then, huh?
they met like basically she was leaving her apartment and then he was moving in next door.
Gotcha.
Is yeah. Um, so there are other characters, which is interesting. There's a potential love triangle, which is also interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I'm curious if the review he did will get either retracted or edited, or is she even going to try to explain like the purpose of her game?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, um, and there may be like it may be a love polygon actually. Um, so basically, the main character is the daughter of a very successful CEO, and she works for that company. Um, as a side project or a hobby or what she actually wants to do with her life, she basically went to college or went to some type of game dev program, and she developed her first game. Um, she launched it, and it was highly rated for the few people who were playing it. Um, and then, um, and basically, she had a disclaimer at the beginning of the game on how to play the game, which is kind of a fault of the game for it to not follow like gaming standards. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if it's a game with quests and monsters, you would do the quests and fight the monsters and kind of is like the normal way that a game would be played. Um, it doesn't really explain how her game is different than most games, but for all the people who have played it up to this point, they read the disclaimer and like enjoyed her spin on that type of game.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this YouTuber guy, streamer guy, just jumps into the game and plays it however he wants, doesn't read the instructions, and uh, dies and fails missions repeatedly, and then
Skillet.
turns toward. Yeah, exactly. And then turns towards the camera and was like, "Hey, developer,
Sucks.
yes, this game sucks. It doesn't follow normal, um, like game standards, and if you make a game like this, your players will hate the game." And then this huge wave of people are like, "Yeah, that game sucks," and it just gets review bombed. Um,
You know, I'd love to say that that sounds so unrealistic, but that's actually like so goddamn truthful. Like one freaking person says something and everyone's like, "Yeah, that's right. It sucks. That's horrible. I don't care." And then, someone else could be next to him going, "Weren't you just saying that that game looked fun?" "Yeah, but he said it was sucks, and obviously for the reasons he stated, it should suck." It's just
yeah.
so bad.
So, so that's the romance plot with the streamer guy. Um,
What a romance.
yeah, it's like it's like I guess it hasn't started yet because she hasn't actually seen. Well, it's like she recognized his voice. Like basically, I think she walked out of her apartment, bumped into him, dropped her glasses, and then he was like, "Oh, are you okay?" And she recognized his voice, and then she's like 2 inches from his face. She's like, "Oh, it's you." And then the episode ended. Um,
Oh,
but
so the part on the trailer that I saw with her seeing him running around half naked as he was running through the park, that's probably another episode then.
that's most likely episode 2.
Okay,
Uh,
fair enough. Fair enough.
uh, yeah. So, um, yeah. So their romance is about to start. And once she puts her glasses on, and then,
So she's
um,
Velma. Got it.
yeah.
Chinkies.
So there is a romance at her workplace. Um, basically, I don't think it's her supervisor. I think it is her. I think it's the supervisor. Um,
I just went 180 real fast.
so basically, he and it's more of like a. It's not really like he wants to like he's looking out for her. I think I'm confusing guys. Well, I feel like I feel like
Oh boy.
I feel like he's looking out for her.
So is
He
this like
also
is this like a reverse harem? Is that what we're dealing with here?
no no no
Oh, okay.
no no. So it's like he's looking out for her. I feel like he may have feelings for her, but because his boss is her dad, he knows that he can't do anything. So he just makes sure to take care of her.
Oh, that'll change. There's gonna
But
be
I
something that's gonna make it change.
yeah, but I feel that because of the way that he got flushed, like so basically what happened was she went into work and there was a UPS I don't know what delivery service it was, but there was a delivery guy there, and her coworker, her friend, was being flirty with the delivery guy. He was kind of uncomfortable, and he backed up into the main character, and she spilled coffee all over herself. She basically like took off her jacket and gave it to her friend so her friend could wash it because it was kind of her fault. And then she kind of like tried to sneak into her office. Her boss saw her and said to come into my office, and then he was like, "You are the daughter of the CEO. You need to keep up your appearance. This is not acceptable. Here, take my shirt." And he puts his shirt on her. And then she's like, "Well, if I'm gonna wear your shirt, then what are you gonna wear?" And he's like, "Oh, let me go to my closet where I have a bunch of spares." And then she's like, why didn't you just give me one of your spares?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That's what I was about to ask too.
And then he turned red, and I'm like, oh, he likes her. He was like subconsciously like trying to be cool and did something very embarrassing. And I was like, that's interesting. And then as she was going back to her office, her dad wanted to talk to her boss, and he walked in, and she was wearing his shirt, and he had a shirt that wasn't fully put on yet. And the dad, and it was so funny because the dad,
Oh my god.
like the door opened, he saw both of them two, and then a buffering signal just showed on his face, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is gonna be bad." And then he just started, like, like what was it? Like had a vision of the future, and it's like CEO of successful company strangles man from for messing with his daughter, and then he was like, he came to, and he was like, "What's happening?" And they like explained it, and he's like, "Oh okay, okay." So like, her workplace is funny.
Surprised the dad didn't say the same thing she did and be like, "Why didn't you give her one of your shirts that was in there instead of taking your shirt off?" Because
Yes.
if I was the dad, that would be my first thing after being told all that.
Oh yeah. And then yeah. So um, so that's her work life. Then her personal life with her buddies, which they added a whole bunch of other characters into, and I'm like, I don't know where these people are gonna fit in the story. But basically, there's this cafe I think that she goes to where everyone there knows her, and they know her because she was making the game. Um, and I think they all game together. Um, so the one guy who obviously likes her uh, asks her, he's like, "There's this movie that's coming out," and she's like, "Oh yeah, I heard about that." And he's like, "Would you like to go on Friday to the movie with me?" And she was like, "Oh, sorry, I have a raid on Friday." And then she walks off, and then his other friends walk up to her and they're like, "Ah, I got turned down again, huh?" And I'm just like, she's oblivious to him. Um, so I'm like, two guys like her. She's gonna end up liking this one guy, and I think the two guys are gonna hate him.
Oh, for sure.
And I think they're all gonna hang out because they're all gamers, and there's gonna overlap somehow. I am actually excited to see how the rest of the story weaves itself together.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah. But yeah, that is Let's Play. um, the next show we're going to be talking about
Could
is
we take just a quick short break?
Cuckoo. Alright. no.
Uh
I was like, where do we leave
Give it a sec. We'll cycle through.
off?
We'll get there.
Okay, after Let's Play. There we go. Alright. Did you watch
I
this?
did. So this one's the banished court magician aims to become the strongest. So
Yes.
this one, like the one that we like one or two ago, I guess they we're talking about.
Hmm.
I feel like is suffering from going too quick.
Okay.
We're missing some details. We're kind of just moving right along, um, and I think we're a little a little cliche, a little weird in a lot of ways. Um, so much like the title suggests, the banished court magician aims to become the strongest. This is another one of those stories of somebody who is extremely powerful in their own right, uh, wanting to be a part of a party who like either is the hero or in this case was the prince's adventuring party, and then ends up getting kicked out because they think that he is useless when in fact he was the only reason why they were doing as well as they were doing.
I'm getting deja vu.
I'm sure you are, because this is not the first time that this has been said and done. Usually when I watch stuff like this, my whole thing is okay. Where's the twist? Where how are we doing this differently than everybody else out there? And the response to that is we're not.
Oh.
We're really not. Um, like the only difference you may be able to say about it is that the main character is like a mage type, which I mean, I think that's been done, but it hasn't been done as often. Usually, it's like a warrior kind of type kind of situation, but he's like straight up like mage, though he does have some like warrior tendencies to him because he does kind of occasionally fight with a sword, just not very often. I don't
Hmm.
know. It's very blasé. It's very like I feel like there's more material there, and there's more like things that could be going on. Like him once he gets banished by the prince, he ends up joining back up with a party of adventurers that he had been with before, who he had trained with, gone to school with. Apparently, like according to like one of the episodes, like they actually went down to like one of the lowest portions of the dungeon that they were doing with for their like final grade. I guess in order to be officiated as adventurers, they had to reach a certain point, and where like they reached like 3 to 4 times as mount as any other party in the or any other training group that went through this school to become adventurers, kind of thing.
Hmm.
So like they were well known. Um, but yeah, it's just a lot of cliche. And I feel like we're missing a lot of like minute details because like there's history there. There's a lot of things that they're like we as a viewers just have to kind of just run on assumption with. You know, like they'll hint at things but never really go into it because it's like I think this kind of suffers from like there is good writing where you as the the viewer will get a feel for the history of these people, and you'll get kind of some brief back and forth to where you can kind of tell where it came from, or you get glimpses of things or stuff like that. But they really don't go into that in this one. You get the camaraderie, you get the fact that they know each other for a long time and that they've worked with each other. And then like the main person, the leader of the party is this one girl who like kind of has a thing for their main character, and you're like, okay, but it kind of feels like it just kind of got shoehorned in there a little bit. And then the name of their adventuring party. It's a party of adventurers. You would think had something to do with adventuring, with monsters, with power. No, the name of their party is The Lasting Period. I'm sorry. I don't think adventuring party when I think of the name Lasting Period. I think of something else completely different that has nothing to do with that. In fact, if you, I even just out of curiosity, and it was like, I'm gonna, I'm gonna Google, like, is there any precedents for this? Is there any like anything that I'm like unaware of? Maybe in like Japanese culture and folklore and something that would make me think that this is anything else other than what I am thinking it is. No, it is not. AI overview, the first thing you say, a lasting period is typically defined as a menstrual period lasting longer than 7 days. Yeah, that's what that is. So now every time and they do it almost every episode, they announce their party. And I'm like, I couldn't take your party with name with straight face. I really can't. And the fact that you're so proud when you say it too. Like it's some like oh fear us, and I'm like maybe some women might fear you. Yeah, sure, but the fact that that's the name of your party, I almost feel like if this was like an actual like video game MMO like party that someone would be having like a funny joke about that somewhere. Like they would do it fully intending on knowing that how ridiculous it sounds. And again, this suffers from the fact that it think it's going the pacing is bad, and it's not going into deep dive into any one particular thing. We're we're moving. Like the whole thing with the prince came back by episode 3, I think, and we resolved it in that episode. We moved on. We're like, all right, done. Let's keep going. We're moving. We're going to another thing. Okay, now they got to go rescue this other party. And again, the cliches and everything, because we get told, okay, we're on a mission to rescue another party of adventurers who got themselves in trouble into a deeper portion of the floor of the dungeon. So we got to go after them. I'm like, okay, cool. So the very first party member that we face coming up to this, or like we come in contact with, who's running from another adventure, does this thing where he's running from a monster, he's running from a boss, and our main character, who doesn't know this guy but the other characters know him, sees him trip, and he's like, oh my god, he's in trouble, we need to go save him. And they're like, hold on, and they stop him from running in to rescue him. So what does he do? All of a sudden a trap triggers on the monster as he came in for the killing blow on him, and the guy turns around. Mind you, again, stereotypical, he's got no open eyes, it's just the slit eyes. So he's up to something because he's got that look. And sure enough, trap triggers when the monster stepped on it, and then he starts laughing, going, "Ha! You thought I was in trouble, but really it was just a trap I was setting for you, so you would come in for it." And they look at him and go, "Oh, he does this all the time." Guess what his name is? I, you probably could figure it out. He's a trickster.
Joker?
Nope. On the right track. Not quite there.
Jester?
Nope. What other tricksters do you know of? Big movie, Kevin, that came out not too long ago. Had his own TV show.
Ah.
I know you know it. Big name. Played by Tom Hiddleston.
Oh, Loki.
Yeah, that's his name.
Oh,
Loki.
oh my
And I'm
god.
like, could y'all? I mean, was this the creator's choice? It's like, really? Ah.
Yeah.
So it's so much cliche, so much. We're zooming along on the plot. We're not letting things breathe. We're going from one thing to another. Like his only thing that he is as a character learning to grow with is the fact that he was very tight-lipped with his party members about the abuse that he suffered from the prince for being essentially his both physical and emotional punching bag of him trying to his whole intention was he wanted to prove that court magicians were strong even if they were commoners and not of royal blood. And I'm like, I guess that's a noble cause, but I still feel like we're just kind of ho-humming it, and it's like you could probably still show you're just as powerful in this party that you're with, even though you're a commoner and you guys can do great things, and you actually have a party that appreciates the things that you do. Just because you're not under the king or the prince, I sure maybe that's looked down upon more, but I don't know. They had this old subplot where they talked about his master for like an episode, the one who taught him how to do magic,
Hmm.
and that really never came back up after that. So I mean, I know there was probably a purpose or something to it, but hell if I know what it that purpose was. So it's another one that here we are again. Good premise, bad execution. Bad execution.
It's weird that we have so many shows that are doing that nowadays.
I really feel like it though. I really feel like there's a bunch of them now. And it's not to say that's everything. It is not everything out there. There are plenty of shows I have seen. I mean, please pass the monster meat, my lady. I mean, that's a really good show. I think the pacing is great. I think the storyline's great. I think everything about it. I have no faults with it. As long as you're okay with romance and a fantasy setting, you just go for it. But like things like this, where I'm like, yeah, have we done stuff like this before? Sure, but is that any reason why it should be bad? No, you could still do this same thing and do it well, even if it's been done before.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious in situations like this. I'm really curious. Is it is it the original material that was bad? Is it the adaptation from whatever material that it came from to what it current into anime form that made it bad? Is it the production team and the decisions that were made to cut certain things because of runtime or financial or production needs or whatever? Like, is that what made it bad? Like, where along the line did it occur?
Hmm.
I'm really curious.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, like even though I've said this all about this one, is it like horrendous? No, it still has some decent points to it. I just feel like it's more of a letdown. I'm not the angry parent. I'm the disappointed parent.
Yeah. Ah.
So
Okay. Um. Yeah. I don't have really nothing to add for that one. Um, yeah. The next show we're gonna be talking about is uh this one.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Nope for that. I thought I deleted that one.
Apparently not.
Oh wait, what happened? Like this.
We went backwards.
Yes. All right. One Punch Man 3.
Ah,
So I am still on season one at the
yeah,
end.
I'm in. Well, I mean, I'm like a couple episodes into season two. I mean, I have heard that people are disappointed in this. I have heard that people are disappointed. It. I hear. And hold on, who is this? Is this who is this?
JC Stafford.
JC. JC, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, JC staff is usually like one of the ones that we were always excited for when it came to like production value and stuff like that, right? Like, am I
it,
not thinking about that correctly?
Index and Railgun.
Yeah. Like, on average, JC staff does really well. And from what I hear, like, I really haven't seen any clips on it personally, but from what I hear, the production value on this, like, tanked. Like, everyone was really hyped about the fight between One Punch Man and Garu. This was supposed to be like this season was supposed to have the quintessential fight in the entire series of One Punch Man, and it did not come even close to what people are telling me as far as what I've seen online saying about how the fight went, as far as the looks of it. Like, it, it's weird that apparently the manga looked better than the anime. Like, how do you do that?
I feel bad for JC staff. They had some massive shoes to fill after
Yeah.
season one. And I don't know if it was a business decision to like put resources elsewhere, but I would not follow Madhouse.
No, no,
Madhouse can't even follow Madhouse.
no. They have proven that their whole thing about only doing one season for any animes that they do is pretty apt. Like, they
uh,
should not do any more than one season per anime that they do.
so, um, I have neither seen nor heard anything about One Punch Man 3,
Mm-hmm.
but my current feelings with this series is that I wish that it stayed one season, um, and I would have felt better about it being left on a cliffhanger,
Yeah.
like High
I
School of
mean,
the Dead and all
it
these
wasn't
other.
even necessarily left on a cliffhanger from season one. Like, I felt like they kind of they pretty much wrapped it up to me in my mind.
Okay.
Like, he faced the ultimate threat and was victorious. Yeah, I mean, was there the whole question about Genos and whatever the one of the other S rank superhero or heroes that he was, potentially the reason why he is the way he is and whatnot. Yeah. So I mean, but I think in general with the One Punch Man himself, we kind of wrapped everything up with him in that regards.
Okay.
But yeah,
And
I mean, I guess when it came to like season two, I'm one of those who were just like, I miss the old Saitama.
yeah,
Like this new Saitama, I don't like him as much. So
yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate that people are disappointed with season three. Um,
I don't know if that's the majority opinion as far as that goes, but I know it is a prevalent opinion at least.
yeah. Um, yeah, and every time I think about One Punch Man, I'm like, should I give season two a chance? And I'm like, no. I'm good. I'm good where
I
it
have
ended.
I have other animes I can watch. I'm good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If anything, I'll watch season one again, and then I'll be like, cool. One Punch Man only has one season. That's awesome.
There's a game series that's I forget that's like that too. Where they're just like, or was it? It was a game. No, I think it was a movie series that they're just like, yeah, no, it only has like two movies out. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
third one?
yeah,
No, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah. Home Alone.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's only two Home Alones. I don't
There's
know
only
what you're
two
talking about.
Malones. What are you talking about? There's four or five. No, there's only two. What are you talking about? Crazy.
Yeah. um,
I think they
yeah,
said that about like I
there's a
think they said
game
that about
series too.
the Die Hard movies too.
That I don't know much about, but I think there's a game series too that's like that too. Or they're like, oh, they only made one.
What you
Yeah.
talking about? Four? No, 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 no.
Uh,
Crazy talk. You must Mandela effect, man. You must be thinking about it. It's wrong.
but yeah, uh, One Punch Man came back, and
We all wish
people.
it did.
But yeah, the next show we're gonna be talking about is. Did you watch Potion One?
Nope.
Cool. Oh,
Ah, this one.
yes. You watched it too?
Oh yes, I did.
I only saw the first episode. Where is the picture so I can say the English name? May I have
Uh,
one?
may I have one final thing? I think.
Yeah, may I ask for one more thing or something like
Yeah.
that? But yeah. Ooh,
I love this.
Knuckles,
I love
man,
this show too.
this show is awesome.
May I ask for one final thing? Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes.
God, yeah, I this one and um the May Past the Monster Meat Melody and
Yes.
Campfire Cooking are like my top three favorite shows this season.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, but I mean, I knew I was gonna like Campfire Cooking in Another World with my absurd skill. The other two were complete, and like this one and the other one were complete surprises to me. Like I did
Yeah.
not know I would like these as much as I did, but I started watching and I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I, I love her personality.
Mm-hmm.
I love her just she she can say the most just outlandish shit out of nowhere, but say it in such a proper manner that people don't realize what it is that she says until like they have a second to think about it, and seeing the look on their faces of the dawning of the fact that like, oh, she's gonna beat the shit out of me is just absolutely hilarious. I love
Yeah.
the shit out of it.
Oh, I love the fact that people keep forgetting who she is
Yeah.
because they're like, oh yeah, let's flash back to her as a kid, and she has blood on her face. I was like, oh, she's always been this way. Okay, that makes sense.
I love the fact that her hands are ready to eat for everyone because like she throws hands to every person who thinks she thinks deserves it. She don't care who it is, what it is. She is gonna beat the shit out of it. Oh,
uh, I so the new fiance that kind of kicked off everything. Um, she, like
oh,
I
I see.
I
I'm current on it, so I there's more to her than you know of.
well, just the little bit that I saw from her, I dislike her so much.
She is actually one of the main our main antagonist.
Ah,
Like
man.
you don't even know yet. And then I will say this as well. It is unbeknownst to me until later on. This is actually an isekai.
Oh,
Yeah, but we're not following the person who was isekai'd.
interesting.
Yeah,
That's very interesting. Okay.
it is. It's an
Uh,
isekai that we're not actually following the person who was isekai'd. Our main character is the person who actually lives in this world.
interesting. Um, one character that I am unsure about is the prince. No, the blonde-haired guy.
Yeah, he's the older prince.
Okay.
He's the older brother. The one that
Yeah.
she was originally going to marry was the younger prince.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, um,
Oh,
I
he's a kick.
I feel like he's a lesser version of the prince from Silent Witch.
Yeah,
Like,
I can see that.
he, like he's trying to tease her, but he does it more awkwardly than the prince from Silent Witch. He tries to be smooth, but he's just not as smooth as the other prince.
Well, here's the thing. He is smooth. Like if this was like a football game, like he nails like every single like he nails the snap, he nails the throw. He's the guy on the end zone, and literally all he has to do is catch the ball, and he fumbles it every single time. Like every single step up until that point was perfect till the
Yeah,
very end,
yeah, and
and you're like,
yeah,
dude, what the hell?
yeah.
But then again, I also feel like he kind of knows her.
Hmm.
Like, I think part of that is also that he really knows, like, he is and can be very smooth and very, like, noble and everything and all that. But he also knows that she, even though she can talk like that and can act like that, that's not her. That is she is just acting like that until he sees the true side of her, and then he just enjoys sitting back and watching the fireworks and the show happen.
Yeah, sitting back and watching the fireworks. That's the perfect way to explain
Yeah,
that. uh,
he's the one grabbing the popcorn, going, "Oh, I got to sit here I got to watch this."
oh, this is like he's like, oh, this is gonna be good.
Yeah, like all he has to do is hear somebody mouthing off or being an absolute jackass or an asshole, and he's just like, "All right, where's she at? Oh, here she comes. All right, here we go."
um,
At one point, like she she gets into a scrap at one point, and he was nearby, and she looks at him and goes, "Weren't you gonna back me up?" And he's like, "Would you have been happy if I did?" She's like, "No." And he's like, "Well, that's the reason why." Plus, and then and he ends it with going, "Plus, I enjoy watching you work." I so I look at this as I enjoy smart dialogue,
Yes.
and this is very much so that.
That was one of the reasons why I liked the Bunny Girl Senpai show is the dialogue. So
Mm.
I'm curious to see like more of this dialogue.
Oh yeah, it just keeps going. It doesn't end. There's no hiccups. There's no stopping point. We the minute you watch the first episode, the train is out the station. We're throwing in coal into it. We're going full steam, and we ain't holding back till we get there.
Oh,
It
interesting.
just it goes, man. It goes, and I'm all here for the ride. Yeah, no, it's great. Like
My question is, when did she decide to get the gloves?
probably after she grew up and started hurting her knuckles on every time she had to beat the face of some ignorant or dumbass noble. And every time, so.
Once she stopped brawling with children.
Yeah. I love her gloves too, cause like they're pretty practical as far as that goes. Cause like
Mm,
where the you see the metal pieces of them are on her knuckles,
yeah.
so it's like that's pretty. Yeah, that's where you'd want them if you were, so you don't hurt your hand as much. I
Hmm.
also enjoy like so um, characters aside, fighting aside, everything looks cool. I enjoy the world in itself.
Hmm.
Like here again, here is an anime who took the setup and understood what it is that they were doing.
Hmm.
Like they were smart about it because they were like, "Hey, look. So in this world, there are gods. There are plenty of gods, tons of them actually, and each one of them gives a blessing to a person. Now you can use magic because you have this blessing, but if you know what god gave you your blessing, you can manifest it much greater than somebody who doesn't. So if you can figure out what God blessed you, you're going to be way stronger because of it. And that's the reason why she's as strong as she is. She knows the God that blessed her.
That explanation does not like. If you watch the trailer and you look at this picture, you're like, what?
Yeah. No, yeah, you wouldn't even be able to like, even looking at the synopsis again for it. Like the only way I could like you they tease at the very last sentence of that synopsis what you're going to come into when you first start watching this. They tease it,
Yeah.
but they make the very beginning of that make it sound like every other generic, princess getting jilted by her lover, and it seemed like more of like a romance type anime, and it's like it's not that even a little bit, not even close.
Oh, I can't wait to get back to this one.
Oh god,
Ah.
and she is not only is she powerful, not only is she a badass, not only is she well, you know, vocalized and things that she says and all that, but like she is smart and how she does things. Like again, I don't want to get too much into it, but because I want you to be able to watch and enjoy this yourself. But at the same time, she comes across somebody who is not impervious to her punches, but can take her punches pretty well, and basically laughs at the fact that like yo you can't do anything to me. So she goes, "All right, bet." And what she does is she continues to knee him over and over again in his head, not to hurt him physically, but what she's doing is rattling his head and his brain to the point where he actually it's not hurting him, but he starts getting woozy and like his consciousness because his head's being rattled so much inside of his skull, and I'm like,
Yeah.
that's brilliant. That
Yeah.
is, you took somebody who had like you was impervious to the fact that you're punching the shit out of him because like his magic defenses him too much to the point where you can't hurt him that way. And you're like, all right, if you're impervious on the outside, I'll hurt you from the inside.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
concussions.
yeah. That's the first time in an anime where I really think I've seen someone like take the fact that you can hit somebody multiple times in the head and you're going to give them a concussion kind of situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like that's real world situational kind of thing.
yeah.
So yeah, no, this is great. This is awesome. I love crap out of it.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I can't wait to get back to it. Alright. The next show we're gonna be talking about is I did not watch that one. Uh is that Digimon?
Didn't watch that one.
Okay.
That was one of the other ones that was not on Crunchyroll.
Cool, cool. No Spy Family. It did not update with the pictures. What is happening? Nope.
Ah, we going backwards again.
Yes, we are. Alright. Spy Family. And... Oh, campfire cooking in another world.
Hell yeah! I, I, what can I say about this one? I, it is just more of the goodness that was season one, and we're just net keep going. We're adding more familiars. We're seeing more interesting characters, more fun characters. Um, yeah. So I mean, I wasn't entirely correct about my assumption that the dragon came from the fire goddess elemental lady,
Okay.
um, but at the same time, it was a familiar that it was literally fell in a dragon form because it was a pixie dragon that had seen him and it smelled his cooking and just was like, "Hey, that smells good. I want to try some."
Mm-hmm.
And the minute that he fed him some, was like, "Okay, I'm following you around for the you can I'll be your familiar so I can eat more food like this." We're like, "Cool, welcome aboard."
I don't like him.
Really? Don't like him?
No, so it's
Okay,
rare.
he's not as adorable as Fell. I mean, as Fell or as Sui. I will say that.
Yeah, yeah.
But I still like him. I still think he's. I mean, he's not. Is he my favorite? No. Out of the three, he's definitely the bottom tier as far as that goes. Definitely, definitely, definitely.
Uh,
Surprisingly enough, I probably would say Sui would be my number one, then Fell, then Dora.
Same.
Yeah.
So what was it? I saw him in the trailer, and I was like, I don't like him. And then I watched him in the first episode, and at first he was not talking, and I was like, you know what? He's actually kind of cute. And then he started talking, and I'm like, nope, don't like him.
All right, fair enough. I mean, if you don't like him, you don't like him. So
Yeah, I'm like, if he was, if he didn't talk, I would like him. I don't know if it's like the
ouch.
I don't know if it's like the sound of the voice or how he's just gimme, 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 and I'm just like, go away.
I mean, Fell and Sui are kind of like that too, though. So I mean,
So I don't know the dragon that much, so there may be something about him that I'll finally like be like, okay, you can stay. Um, but as of right now, it's like Sui is just 100% adorable. Like,
Sui's just vibing.
yeah, Sui can like pull out a knife and like poke me in the leg, and I'm like, ah, Sui, stop.
You know, it's kind of ironic that you say that. I will say that. It's a little ironic that you say that.
um, Fel, he tried, like, he's very strong and powerful. And he tries, like, around the guy, he tries to be all high and mighty, but the guy's like, just be quiet. Here, eat this. And he's like, thank
See, but I kind of feel like the dragon's in that same boat as far as Fel goes. Like both of them are just you're just like take your food, just go away.
you. Yes, but I don't. The dragon hasn't given me a reason to like him yet.
Hmm.
He's just taking food right now. So I'm like, he needs to do something cool.
Oh, he will.
Yeah. So, um, but yeah, yeah, like you said, more of the same goodness, more good food, and
Yeah, I mean,
more.
this is definitely one of those. I think that if you like enjoy cooking in any respect, or yeah, watch this because you're gonna be like, oh, I want to make that. I mean,
Like, granted, I don't have any giant spiders, but oh god.
yeah. But I mean, you can have like there are correlations that you can look at and go,
Yeah,
oh, yeah, that's probably this.
yeah,
Like the giant spiders. I mean, crab.
yeah,
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
And I mean, he makes other things that you're just like, I mean, yeah, they go into a dungeon at one point, or they're going to go into a dungeon, and he preps by like getting giant stock pots and making giant things of food, and you're just like, oh, I want like all of those.
Yeah, the spider to crab like transition was confusing because he was like, here, use the shells and hair, and then we want the meat, and then we walk into the other room, and I was like, why is there lobster in here? I was like, I was like, is his food somewhere else? It's supposed to be purple. But yeah, it's interesting. Um, yeah, I'm curious what they're gonna be serving up next. But yeah,
Well, you
but
only watched the first episode to it, right?
yes.
Oh yeah, there's two more gods that gets it introduced as well.
Ah, the two that were hiding.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. For some reason, I it felt like they were already part of it. It's just
yeah, no, they weren't
okay.
because it was only the ladies before. Now there's going to be two male gods that are going to
Hmm.
join the group of gods and will bestow more blessings on our party because now they want some stuff too.
Okay. Interesting.
He is they're
Yeah.
like yeah, his party is going to have so many blessings by the end of this.
Alright. Yep. That is more fun to get back to. Alright. Dusk Beyond the End of the World?
Nope,
Let's see.
that was also on another platform.
One Dance, nope. Ah,
Oh, you didn't watch the dancing one?
no, it was. I don't think it was on Crunchyroll. Um, then this monster wants to eat me. So,
Did we talk about this one before?
yes.
Okay.
Um, this show is interesting. Um, I feel really bad for the main character. Like,
Considering the premise of this, I would, yeah.
yes, but like, I feel like Kotora bad for her.
mm.
Like, um, she wakes up and I can't remember what you look at, but you realize that her parents are gone, and you're like, oh, well,
Sad.
rough, sad to be like introduced to right off the bat. But okay, setting the stage. Um, and then I think her I think her brother's also gone.
Also, entire
And
family.
yes, and then the person who was supposed to meet up with her cancels, and I'm like, okay. And then
Pouring salt on the wound. Gotcha.
yeah, and then something else goes wrong, and she has to go to school, and I'm like, I don't want to go to school either. Like, like today, like just go back to bed. Like this is starting
It's
out bad, and let's
one of
just
them
pull them.
days. One of
Yeah,
them days where we're just like, nah, it ain't worth it. It just ain't worth
yeah.
it.
Let's just pull a mulligan on today and try again tomorrow. Um, so I was like, okay. And then it cuts to her on the way to school, and I'm like, we decided to do this. Okay. Um, then she gets to school, and um, one of her friends is there. So I'm like, oh, okay, she has friends. Thank God. Um, and then the other one that was late, that couldn't walk to school with her, shows up, and I'm like, oh, she has more than one friend. I feel so much better for her. And then two other girls show up, and I'm like, oh, okay, we got the squad like normal. Um, and the school day passes, and actually no, on the way to school, um, she sees some bubbling in the water,
Mm-hmm.
and she looks at it, and it's just bubbling, getting worse and worse. And I'm like, is I don't get it. Is someone down there, or is she gonna jump in there to save them? Or I was like, I'm confused. I'm like, she's very sad right now, so I'm like, I don't know what's about to happen. And the the monster, like I guess this girl pops up, and she's like, don't go over there, it's dangerous. And
So a
the
girl appeared from the water that was bubbling.
well, no, she no, like a girl walks up behind her and like pulls her back from the edge of the bridge, and it's like, don't go over there, it's dangerous.
Okay.
And then she's like, what? And she's like, it looked like you were gonna jump, and she was like, don't say that, that's rude, and like starts storming off, and I'm like,
Doesn't mean it wasn't true.
I was like, because of what I just was informed of, I guess that's justified, but it's also kind of not. She was like trying to be helpful, I guess, or something.
Concerned for your safety.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, that was a weird interaction. And then she goes to school and meets her friends. And then on the way home, what her friend who was late was like, hey, let's go to the arcade or karaoke. Let's go do something after school. And she's like, oh, okay. And then someone else walks up and is like, hey, the teacher wants to talk to you. And she's like, no. She's like, I'm so sorry. I will try to do this as fast as possible. And then she's like, oh yeah, and the gym teacher wants to talk to you too. And she's like, I will try to get through this as fast as I can, and I will meet you so we could go to the karaoke or arcade or whatever it was. So that she runs off, and I'm like, this girl's by herself again. I don't like this. um, so then she starts walking home slowly because she's like hoping that her friend like catches up.
Mm.
Um, and then she's walking by not that same bridge, but like near the water, and all of a sudden hair comes out of the water and wraps around her legs and starts dragging her towards the water. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? So that was a monster in the water earlier, and that girl saved her. Okay, that's what that was. Um, And you didn't even say thank you. You just said that was rude and stormed off. And then and then the monster shows itself, and I'm like, ew. And it starts wrapping more hair around her, starts dragging her towards the water. And then the girl from this morning shows up, and basically like starts fighting the monster and starts destroying the monster. And then once she's done killing the monster, she and like the main character is like describing this, like this is the most horrible, horrendous thing I've ever seen. It's just like just water and arms and stuff flying everywhere, and I'm just like, ew. And then she finishes the battle and like walks back up to the main character and starts explaining the situation. And she's like, um, who's like, that was a monster. I'm a mermaid, and um, you have a delicious body, and monsters are gonna try to eat you, but you are not ready yet. You are going to taste more delicious later. I, I one day will eat you, and I'm like, what?
I mean, question on that, I'd be like, hold on. If your intention was that, wouldn't it have been a smarter idea not to say that and just be like, I saved you, let's be friends? And not be like, I'm a mermaid, I'm gonna eat you eventually. Because then that puts them on your guard. Unless the fear of that tastes better for some reason? I don't know.
I guess normally, like in hunting, I think from what I heard, is that if you stress the animal out, it tastes worse.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Like you want it
uh,
to be like quick and just that way the yeah. I mean that's what I hear too.
yeah. So, um, yeah. I guess it's just the sport of it. I guess it's like there's no way you're gonna get away from me. So I could. I'm just gonna. I'm telling you why I'm hanging around you. Uh,
But I want you to I want you to know so that way you think you can get away from me and then I'm gonna eat you up.
so, um, so yeah, and like she's like telling her all of this while holding her hand covered in blood, and I'm just like, ew. Um, so then it cuts to the next morning, and she's at school, and the teacher walks in, and I was like, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Hey, we have a transfer student." I'm like, "You
Of
gotta be
course you do.
kidding."
I know which one it is.
I'm like, "You gotta be kidding me!" And then she walks in, and the main character is like,
I
kind of
probably I
excited.
I probably would have if it had been me. I probably would have stood up and go, "Hey, it's Little Mermaid. Hey, how's it going? Under the sea, under the sea, nothing is better." Yeah, see, that's what I would have done. Let's really play it up. You wanna tell me you're a mermaid? You're gonna eat me? All right, I'm gonna let everybody else know too. Have fun with that. But I'll make fun of it so that way they don't know if I'm telling the truth or not.
Yeah. Oh man, that's great. Um, but yeah, the main character sees her, and instead of being shocked like most characters would be, she kind of got a grin on her face and was excited. And she was like,
I
after
mean,
all,
I guess they've set that up then, haven't they?
yeah. And they're like, and she's like, after all this time, um, someone's here to help me.
Somebody
In
wants me.
well, no, somebody's here to help me end it all.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Dark.
this is gonna be a really dark, depressing show.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what other monsters are there? Is she gonna like slowly brighten up and like eventually not want it to be over? and then that's when she's like, it's time.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna give
how?
you hope.
Yeah, it's weird. Like it's like I'm interested in it, but then I'm also kind of scared of it.
Because you know it's gonna be depressing. You better have something
Y-
fun. You better have something fun to watch afterwards.
yeah. So, um, yeah, I don't know about this show. But yeah,
Yeah, if you watch it, I mean that to me, there's been animes in my time that I've watched that I watched them, but I'm like I had to have something fun to watch afterwards in order to brighten my mood because it definitely darkened it for sure.
yeah. So, that was the monster who wants to eat me. Yeah, it's a very dark show. Um, but yeah, the next show we're gonna be talking about is Yana-kun. What is the? Eh, there we go. For some reason, my mouse was stuck and I couldn't scroll down. Let's find the English name. Oh, this one. Okay, I'm so glad. You know what? This is the perfect scenario, just like how you said. A fun, lighthearted show to follow it. Um, yeah, Yano-kun's Ordinary Days. That last show was probably like one of the few non-romances. Um, but this
Yeah.
one, we return back to the romances. Um, so this is the show with the clumsy guy who's like always injured every day. Um, and I don't really know how to place him because if someone else is around him, he's hyper aware and he doesn't get injured and he makes sure no one else gets injured because of him.
Mm-hmm.
But when he's by himself, he's just kind of aloof and just bumps into stuff and stuff falls on him and it's just weird. It's like in the intro, like a paper bag flew in his face, then a baseball, then a couple other things and some paper. And I'm just like, why a baseball? Did someone throw a baseball at his head? Like,
Uh huh.
I'm like, it's it it's so odd. In the show, um, it's not like a large lineup of stuff that hits him all at once. It's like he'll bump into the edge of a sign or something like that because he was looking at his phone and now he has a cut on his forehead, or uh, or something. Oh, like he'll be walking next to a sign and a gust of wind spins the sign around and like he walks into it. Like it's it's very like a bunch of minor things, or he'll jam his finger in a drawer or something like that, and it's like they
So Lady Luck is not on his side.
no, Lady Luck hates him. But yeah, so you're actually following the main girl character that's next to him. She is like a bleeding heart character. She's like always concerned about everyone else. She's very like maternal and like takes care of everyone around her. And um, I don't know how it's she starts to notice him, but she does, and she starts being concerned about why he's like coming to coming to school with a different injury every day, and something about that like intrigues her, and she has to find out like what's going on. She's like, is he like accident prone? Like, is someone like fighting him? Is it like domestic violence? She's like, something's. I gotta find out what's going on. I'm concerned. So they start following him after school, and they just watch him walk into a bunch of stuff, and they're like, "Oh, he's just a ditz." Okay. And for me, or klutz, I can't remember which. I think they said klutz. Um, so for me, I'm like, why is he not paying attention to anything? Like tripping over stuff, walking into stuff. I'm like, I don't get that. Um, and what was it? Yeah. So they're like, okay, well that's what that is. And then they kind of start walking back, walking actually home, um, and then they split ways. And then the main girl sees this girl like kind of squatted down, and she's like upset, and notices that the girl scraped her knees, so she pulls out her first aid kit because she has younger siblings, so she's always like patching people
Prepared.
up.
Yeah.
Yep. um, so she
That's
runs over
understandable.
it. Yep. So she runs over and she's like, "Oh, are you okay?" And she like helps her and everything, and then um, as soon as the girl runs off, then the girl turns around and Yano's right there, and she's like, "Oh, hello," and he's like, "I felt like someone was following me, so I traced it back, and then I found you." And then she's like, and her head's just freaking out. She's like, "Oh my god, he thinks I'm a stalker. Oh my god, he's gonna tell everybody I'm a stalker. Oh my god, everybody's gonna think I'm a stalker. Oh my," it just starts freaking out, and and then she just basically just tells him the truth. She's like, "You come to school every day with an injury, and I was concerned, so I followed you, and I wanted to make sure that you were okay and you got home safe and all this other kind of stuff." And he's like, "Oh, thank you. You're nice." And then she kind of got stuck on that. She's like, "I'm nice. My life's not ruined."
So, I mean, okay, but like, he obviously has to know that he does hurt himself an awful lot or gets hurt.
Oh yeah,
And his initial, like, I get saying, "Oh, you're nice," but like that would be in a normal conversation where you would actually explain to the person that was following you in order to try and help you why you keep hurting yourself.
yeah,
Like, that to me seems awkward and weird. I'd be like, "Oh, don't worry." Like, if you'd be like, "Oh, don't worry about it. It happens to me all the time. I'm pretty prone to injury, but I usually take care of myself pretty well."
yes,
Like,
yes.
you would say something like that. You wouldn't just go, "Oh, you're really nice." Now you talk. Like, you're gonna say anything else? You're just like, "That's it? All right, bye."
Yeah, that's basically what he's like. "Oh, you're nice," and then just starts walking back home, and then and then she's like stuck on that, and she has this like kind of frazzled look, and she's like, "Nobody's ever called me nice like that before." So she kind of,
Oh my god.
so then it cuts to her like at home with that same expression, and then it cuts to her in the tub with the same expression, and it cuts to her back at school with that same expression, and then she finally comes to, and then she's like,
Dear Lord. See, they're trying for a romance on this, and I'm like, that was too quick.
"It's not justified."
Not justified. We have seen it. There's plenty of romance animes in this season. We have seen ones that feel more natural than that.
Yes.
Just because someone says you're nice, like, okay, granted, there are people out there in the world who will do that because yes, they feel like when someone says that they're nice, that they're flirting with them, and their intent must mean that they're wanting to go out with them or something. It's like no,
Mm.
they were just trying to be nice to you. Why do you think that? No, stop it. But at the same time, it's that reason that it feels like it's wrong for them when you actually see someone in real life do that. that doesn't feel realistic in an anime situation.
Hmm. So I would say, um, at that point, she hasn't fallen. She's still in that like confused state. Um, and then she starts bringing him up all the time with her friend.
Oh yeah, no,
And
she's already it's
yeah,
yeah.
she's already, but she doesn't realize it yet. She's just overly concerned. And then her friend just blurts it out, and she's like, "Do you like Yano?" And she's like, "Huh?" And then she's just completely gone. Um, and for another day, it like cycles through what she's doing with the same expression. I was like, I love this. um, um, and then she comes to again, and she's like, "Oh my god, I think I do." And then like he comes into class one day with no injuries, and she looks at him and gets a clear look at his face, except he has an eye patch. And people are like, "Oh, you don't have any injuries," and I'm like, "He has an eye patch still. That's an injury."
He's cosplaying. He's cosplaying. That's all it is. He's cosplaying.
So yeah, she's like, "Oh, you don't have any injuries today," and then she gets a clear look at his face, and then it sinks in that she like likes him, and now she's like awkward and doesn't really know what to do.
That is that is
Flims,
ah.
flimsy. um, but then I'm trying to think what happens before. Um, oh, then he disappears for like 3 days in a row, and it just cuts to her like looking at his desk empty for 3 days, and then she's curious about what happens, but doesn't really know how to go about it. And I think she's like the one of the classroom representatives, so she brings some paperwork to the teachers' lounge, and that's when she overhears one of the teachers talking about Yano, where he's like, "I heard there was an accident and a bus was involved," and then she's like, "No!" and then runs out and runs to the hospital. And me, I'm like, just like with the other show, I'm like, how do you know even what hospital he's at?
Yeah.
But but then I'm like, wait a minute, is this a small town and there's only one hospital? I'm like, I don't know how Japan City towns are made up, but maybe that's the case. So fine. Also, the show looks great, so I don't care.
There it is. There's the reason. There's the
so
way we can forgive these things.
so she runs to the hospital, and then is like completely out of breath. Like get to the door, it's just like just wheezing at every step. It's just like
Lord.
then the receptionist is like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "Excuse me, I'm trying to find my friend." And then he walks out into the lobby, and she's like, "Hey," and he's like, "Oh, you're okay."
Uh,
and he's like, and she's like, "I heard something happen with a truck," and he's like, "Yeah, I was in the street in front of a truck for some reason, and I jumped out of the way and ran into a wall, and that's why I'm at the hospital."
ah.
so,
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I will
so,
say this. If
hmm,
I feel like that escalation just happened too quick. I feel I mean, okay, depending upon what she does and how things pan out, maybe I'm being too presumptive in that regards, but
hmm,
depending upon how it is and how it pans out, I almost feel like someone in that position would have gone something like maybe I should be friends with him first and see how I if the feelings I'm feeling are factual enough that I should maybe pursue something with him in that regards. But let
hmm,
me at least be friends with him.
Yeah.
But like, if it starts this whole thing where it's a budding romance between the two of them, I'll be like, there's no build up in that regards. We're just going straight in for it.
And this is one of those interesting ones where it's like obviously he's oblivious, and
Yeah.
he's just like, "You're nice," and she is all over the place. But because of what happened at the hospital, when they get back to school, everything's back to square one, where she's like, she can act normal. She's not all freaking out every time she sees him,
Yeah.
and that was the end of the episode. So, um, it's interesting. There's like what, three more characters that need to introduce according to the picture, and I'm curious like how the whole group dynamic is gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Um, oh, at one point, um, he comes into school. I keep almost saying work. He goes into school and his two fingers are bandaged, but they're bandaged really badly, and it looks like a mummy. And she's like, "What's happened to your fingers?" And he's like, "Oh, this thing happened, and the nurse wasn't there, so a teacher did it." And she's like, "Can I be your first aid person?" It's like whenever you have an injury or you get hurt, like come to me
Oh,
first, and I'll take
good
care of you.
lord.
And he's like, "Okay." So then she takes off the mummy wrappings and like put two proper like things on his fingers. And I was like, "Oh, those are cool. What are those?" um, but
Essentially
yeah.
a splint.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like if I'm comparing it to like the other romance we've been talking about in that regards, I feel like may I pass you may pass to meet my lady, like yeah they were pretty quick in that regards too, but I feel like both of them like felt that reaction between seeing the other one,
Hmm.
and it was more of an agree upon thing, whereas this one feels like so far at least it is very one sided.
Yeah.
And in that regards, like she's taking giant leaps in that regards, and I'm like, you maybe wanted to start it off a little slower, just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know.
Is it?
Maybe that's just again. Maybe it's what we were talking about before, where it's just the pacing of the anime. It just doesn't quite fit the same way as it would like in the manga or whatever the original source material was.
Hmm.
So
But yeah. This one's this one's odd. Like I'm like it like all these.
I I'm more curious to see how the hell he keeps getting like what is the reasoning behind why he keeps getting injured, and like
Yeah.
why is he so blasé about the fact that he does get injured as much? Is it just I'm just accident prone? You're like, dude, you need to wrap yourself in freaking bubble wrap and just walk
Yeah.
around like that, then, man. Because if you're that accident prone that you're beating yourself up that badly, it's
Yeah.
not worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, when she was like, "I'll be your first aid person," I was like, "Do you have a first aid budget? Because it is about to increase tenfold." um,
No kidding. All the CPR, all the freaking just bandages and you know, medical equipment you're gonna need to keep this man alive. Apparently,
yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I believe that is the last one.
should be.
Yes. So yeah, that is it for today's episode of Much to Catch Up 106. The next episode should be trailers for winter 2026.
Ugh. 2026 already. Good lord.
Yeah. This year felt like 3 years long.
Yeah, I did. I will totally admit that.
But yeah. As always, this is DK and Shade from TacoYaki Anime. And as always, like, thank y'all for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do. And we will see y'all next time.